still of the night, gazing up at the sky. When the stars began to fade, dimming lanterns in our eyes, thought there was nothing to find. I stopped searching for a reason, just let the world embrace us. In the silence we are one. Can't escape from this feeling inside you. Release from heartache, you'll be fine. When the cracks start to let you run right through, I'll be there to help you shine. Promise you this, as long as you're looking, you'll see the signs. Just for a moment, a flash of light, you'll never forget. I heard you crying aloud, and a part of me cried with you. I finally see why all the meteors fall out of you. Can't escape from this pressure inside you, but tonight the stars align. When the cracks start to let your own light through, I'll be there to help you shine.
into the night. I raise my hand to the fire, but it's no use, 'cause you can't stop it from shining through. It's true, baby, let the light shine through. If you believe to the fire, but it's no use, 'cause you can't stop it from shining through. It's true, baby, let the light shine through. If you believe it's true, baby, won't you let the light shine through for you, for you, for you, eyes in the sky, gazing far into the night. I raise my hand to the fire, but it's no use, 'cause you can't stop it from shining through. It's true, baby, let the light shine through. If you believe it's true, baby, won't you let the light shine through for you.
Rising like a honeybee. Yeah, you like that sweet, 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 sweet. When you get up under me, ride it like the beat, 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 beat. Yeah, you like that sweet, 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 sweet. Ride it like the beat, 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 beat. Rising like a honeybee. Yeah, you like that sweet, 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 sweet. When you get up under me, yeah, you like that. Rising like a honeybee. Yeah, you like that sweet, 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 sweet. When you get up under me, ride it like the beat, 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 beat. Yeah, you like that sweet, 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 sweet. Ride it like the beat, 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 beat. Yeah, you like that. Let the We know I need somebody, yeah, yeah. Bring the heat
do apologize for that blast of music, but hello everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, and or good evening, wherever you are in the world. Thank you so much for joining us today for the 6 hour of Nurburgring endurance race here, presented by Odyssey Racing League. My name is Christian Julian. I also go by Koju. I just saw that somebody subscribed. Thank you so much for subscribing. And even our little thing is pinging off there. So we do have a 30-minute qualifying session. All right, so we do have a 30-minute qualifying session. It's going to be split between the two major classes that we have here. So we're going to be, let me actually talk a little bit about it, because you're going to be seeing some interesting things on the screen, especially one of those interesting things being the Jaguar GT3 there that we saw quickly on our screen. So we do have a 6-hour endurance race here. And it's going to be a slippery one for the beginning of, for qualifying at least, for the looks of it. It is going to be raining in the next, or excuse me, it's going to stop raining within the next 30 minutes. However, that will be the end of qualifying there. So right now we do have the GT3s qualifying, and there are two different types of GT3s out on the track. We do have the modern GT3s, so those are the GT3s that we consider to be still, or not considered, well, those are the cars and that are still used in the GT World Challenge today. And then we do have the legacy cars, which are the predecessor or the ancestors of most of the cars that you usually see on track here at Odyssey Racing League. One of those cars actually on the screen here, the Ferrari 488 GT3, driven by Robert Wabe there for Rock Bottom Racing. That's one of the interesting cars that you're going to be seeing on track for the legacy cars. Some of the modern cars as well. This is actually a legacy. This is the modern version of the car. So this is the Lamborghini Huracan GT3 Evo, being driven by Cars Keppers of Agassi Motorsports. So that is one of the newer ones that you're going to be seeing here. The V10 of the Lamborghini is pretty well known by everybody around here. You've seen it. You've heard it. We all love it, including me. I love this car. But we're going to be seeing a lot of cars that normally aren't on the track as well, including that Jaguar there. But going back to the rest of the cars now, some qualifying times coming in. Hajo Horman of QRT Motorsports in P11, excuse me, P12 now, because we do have some cars coming in with some pretty good times. If I remember correctly, the Nurburgring, you want to be doing around 155, 156 is a good time, is a really great time here. So I do expect the Froze and the modern GT3 cars to get very close to that time. The legacy GT3 cars are going to have a little bit of an issue, even though they are not affected by the BOP today. Only the modern cars are going to be affected by BOP, balance of performance, if you don't know what BOP is. The legacy cars are going to be left untouched, and the M2s, which are also going to be part of the grid, which will be qualifying in a little bit, are given -40, so they're going to be having a lot of fun. The Cup cars are great to drive, and with that extra -40 kilograms of weight taken away, I was going to say added, we'll remove the 40 kilograms. It makes them like little mini missiles, and they're really fun. But I did not talk about, excuse me, what's going on with the camera guy here? I did not speak about the weather conditions, actually. I don't know if you can see it on your screens here, but it is raining here at the Nurburgring, so it's going to be affecting the times a little bit. Not too crazy compared to normal dry times. I do expect maybe like 3-second difference, 4-second difference. The drivers shouldn't be differentiating their racing line. They shouldn't be changing the racing line too much. However, the rain and the wet and the greasy track will be affecting the braking coming into the corner and your corner exit when you accelerate. So the drivers are going to have to account for that difference there. As well, it is an endurance race. It is 6 hours, so we do have 360 minutes, if my time is correct, of non-stop racing action here at the Nürburgring GP circuit. So that will keep the drivers on their toes. Normally, actually, yeah, I don't even think the strategy is going to change. This is going to be a normal endurance strategy for most of the teams here. But going around, giving some love to some of these drivers. If we do look on the left side of our screen here, we do have the tree, and we can see at the top of the tree that Clive Bixby is in provisional pole with that 2-minute flat, so 2:0630, and not far off behind him is Rainer Zochlin, the 373 Ferrari, with a 2-minute 1:0492, and then right behind him is Sergey in the Aston Martin there. The number 95 Aston Martin, 201.655. So not that much of a huge difference between P3 and P4. Less than 0.2, as well as between P3 and P4, who we were just on screen with, Lars. Lars with the 201.937 compared to P3, Sergey 201.655. But speaking, yes, excuse me, I got a little sidetracked there. So on the left side of our screen, we do see a tree. The drivers with the number plates with the white background are the modern GT3s. Those are the GT3s that we all know and love and see every single day here at Odyssey Racing League. And the drivers with the silver backgrounds are the legacy GT3s. So these are the GT3s that started off the Assetto Corsa Competizione racing roster, but then have slowly been phased out of the racing series. Yes, that is correct. So you do have Pro Tax for modern cars and Silver Tax for the older cars. So we do see a blue flag there for the pink Ferrari in front. So that pink Ferrari is going to be having to give space to Thiago here. Thiago for plus, please brake turn 1. Is on a valid lap, it seems, and the car in front of him is not on a valid lap. So normally here at Odyssey Racing League, that does mean that you are supposed to give way to the valid car. Qualifying time winding down a little bit, 18 minutes, 45 seconds left in qualifying. That's how terrible is my math? It's like 3 minutes and like 36 seconds left of qualifying for the GT3s, and then the last 15 minutes will be taken over by the M2s. And we'll talk a little bit more about the M2s. Oh, do you hear that, BSR boys? So the BSR boys are being watched very closely by their owner, who's letting us know in the chat that they're all on thin ice. So speaking of BSR, the Baller Squad racing team, they are in P10 right now, I believe. And that is Gabriel Ozichir in the Baller Squad Racing Lamborghini. Excuse me, that's not a Lamborghini, that's a Ferrari. So that's the Ferrari 488. So that is the older Ferrari. So they are part of the Legacy GT3s here. And just as a reminder, for the GT3s, the modern cars and the legacy cars are technically fighting each other. So they will not be waved a blue flag between each other. They're allowed to race between each other. Even though the prize pool, which I will actually be talking a little bit about, will be split. So the GT3 legacy cars, I believe, have a prize pool. That is a prize pool of $50 to the first place winner. And the BMW M2 Cup cars also have a prize pool of $50 to the P1 winner. There is also a Baller Squad Racing. Speaking back to Baller Squad Racing, because we're still on board with them here in P10. They do also have an M2 on the grid today. So we're going to see how both of those teams fare against their pretty strong opposition today. Yeah, it does look like the top half has not really changed much. Clive Bixby still in provisional pole 1 in the pits now, decided to end his qualifying early, as well as Rainer Zochling for P2. He's in provisional P2 in the pits as well. And to round off your podium here, Sergei Arkhipov with a 201.655. That is Sergey in P3 provisional right there. And that's about 1 minute, 16 minutes left total in qualifying, 1 minute left for the GT3s. Oh, listen to that V10 roll. Trying to spread a little bit of the love to some of the cars here, trying to show off some of them liveries while they're on track still for qualifying. Oh, I'm so sorry, cars. I may have spoke a little too loud there, and the commentator's curse hopefully has not begun, but that is a great livery there by the Pegassi Motorsport team. Crossing the finish line now. Does Cars get a higher position? And he does not, unfortunately. The car in front of him also did not improve by the looks of it, but that is the end of qualifying for GT3s. Well, the official qualifying time. If they are still on a valid lap, they are allowed to finish this valid lap. Right now, Gregorian, excuse me, the 296 McLaren for McLaren Evo GT3 RGT setups. Coming through the last chicane here, coming into Coca-Cola curve, turn 16, and we're going to see if Arsen is able to improve here. Arsen unfortunately not able to improve, so that puts him in P6. And that is the end of qualifying for the rest of the GT3s. Who's still on track for the GT3s? Number 15 has finished. We do have number 13 still out on track. The number 36 here being driven by Julian Boucher, excuse me. And let's start showing some M2 love. So right now we do have the BMW M2 Cup cars screaming past our screens right now and our cameras, getting those final valid laps in. I do see on our screen that we do have the 301 Jaguars still finishing up their lap, so they're totally allowed to finish that up. Yes, now that we are going to the M2s, we're going to have a little bit of a nice little slowdown in terms of qualifying pace, so we're going to be able to talk a little bit more in depth about some things. So this is a 6-hour endurance race, multi-class endurance race here at the Nurburgring GP. So 360 minutes of non-stop racing action. Lewis Kirk going into the pits a little bit early, so he's going to be starting his action a little bit later. But on our screen right now, Luke Lizama for Odyssey Esports with that new Odyssey Racing League livery. In case you did not notice, we did go through a major rebranding here at Odyssey Racing League. So we do have a new livery, new racing colors, new logo as well. But we're going to be bringing you the same quality racing that we do here at ORL. Going back to the Nurburgring, I'm getting sidetracked a lot, I'm so sorry. 360 minutes of non-stop action, 16 turns that we're going to have to be looking through. So, those 16 turns, about 3.19 miles, 5.1 kilometers long. Nurburgring GP, I believe the first race was in 1927. Is 1927 or 1920? I believe it is 1927. And that's like when the first event for the GP started. The GP, the Nurburgring GP, is also tied to the Nordschleife, the greenhouse. So in case you have heard of the Nordschleife, that is also part of this circuit. There's actually a combined version that's usually run, I believe, in the end of May, if not early June. And they use the combined circuit. So they use this GP layout, and they used the Nordschleife. I don't think it's called the tourist layout, but it's the whole giant layout that you see people driving, and lots of videos that you can see online of people driving their cars. There's a bunch of YouTubers that go as well there, and they show off their cars, just driving around. Certainly on my bucket list. Chad McLean crossing the finish line in P, I believe that is 5. Yes, P5 for the BMW M2s here. More time is coming in now. Nathan Smythe Adams taking that top spot away from Luke Lizama, who again as well was still battling the times, against Arnaud. Arnaud Delassis also came in with a steal, 216.037 for Arnaud, Luke Lizama 216.2, so 0.2 of a difference between them. Arnaud took the lead, but then Nathan Smythe Adams screaming out of nowhere, taking that spot away from him, 215.795 for Nathan Smythe Adams. So that does put Nathan in the provisional pole for the M2s here. Still more than 9 minutes left in qualifying, so more than enough time to get a good qualifying time in. And remember, this is an endurance race. So qualifying, the longer the endurance, the less qualifying really technically matters. Anything can and will happen in an endurance race. If you've ever raced in a race that I've been in, you'll definitely know that anything can happen. So qualifying, not too crazy of an endeavor. Don't really have to, especially in the rain here. So your qualifying is probably not even going to be the same that you normally qualify on, just because it's a wet race. The M2s, terrible in the rain. You touch a curb, they just do not like curbs at all. The number 29 BMW M2, driven by Junior. Seeing him cross the chicane of turns 14 and 15 in Vito, and unfortunately taking a little bit of a sand vacation there at the last turn 16 Coca-Cola curve. But we'll go move over to Clemens Mayer here. Clemens Mayer for Jellyfish Motorsport, unfortunately taking a little bit too much of the second chicane there, and that's most probably, if not definitely, going to invalidate his lap there. And I want to blame that on 100% solely on commentator's curse. So I 100% apologize, Clemens. Can you find the NFS livery and put it on screen? The Need for Speed livery? Who has that one? Was that the BMW that we saw earlier? I'll look for that one. Definitely look for that. I will also be giving all of the drivers, all of the drivers some livery time there. Taking a little bit too much of the sand trap there. That will most probably be validating George Brand's lap. Oh, the camera people have lots of explaining to do. They just like to change the camera angle on us. See, and I was trying to... Oh, so Chase Jones taking away the P3 spot away from Luke Lezama in the BMW M2 I was going to say championship series, but the competition between the M2s here. Chase Jones, 216.070, so almost 216 flat for Chase Jones. Taking that provisional P3 spot away from Luke Lezama, 216.227 for Luke Lezama. All three of the drivers here, Luke Lezama, Chase Jones, and Nathan Smythe-Adams in P2. Regulars here at Odyssey Racing League, and for the regulars here as well, we know that these are very fast drivers. So it's going to be very interesting to see how fast or how much of a difference putting them in M2 cars makes, and also adding in a little bit of that rain. So here is the M2 Need for Speed livery. This is one of the liveries that we looked. I do agree, very nice. Reminds me of the good old days. Actually, you know what? Let's give Arnaud here a little bit of some screen time. I believe I gave him some, but let's give him some more. Number 73 BMW M2 for QRT Esports. Arnaud Delassus in provisional pole 1 for the M2s here. Pretty quick time as well, 215.755. Not too far off though. Nathan Smythe-Adams right behind him, 215.795. So less than 3 100ths. 4 100ths. Between P1 and P2 there. And speaking of pretty quick and being fast, we do have some events up and coming at Odyssey Racing League. These events are coming up really, really fast. We do have Season 15 of Odyssey Racing League. We do have our US or our Americas division, and we do have a Europe division as well. We can bring that up on the screen really quickly. So we do have GT Americas starting on Thursdays at 9 p.m. Eastern, starting this Thursday, January, I believe it is the 8th. I may be wrong. Thursday the 9th. I'm so sorry. We have Thursday the 9th, 9 p.m. Eastern, our first round of Odyssey Racing League GT Europe of GT Americas. We have GT Europe on Sundays. So if you are part of the Europe area, you're not allowed to. I mean, you're more than welcome to join our GT Europe. You can join GT Americas. You can join whichever one you like. But we do have GT Europe on Sundays at 8 p.m. CEST. And we do also have America's After Hours. So this is our late night races on Tuesdays, 9 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. And that is modern GT3s and legacy GT3s. And for the rest of our events, our normal leagues, we normally only run GT3s. So this is the only event, our official events, where we'll be running modern GT3s and legacy GT3s. As well as a quick look at our season here. We do have 6 rounds, 45 minutes each rounds, except for 2 special rounds, 1 hour each. That'll be round 1 and round 5. So round 1 starting January 9th, as we said, it's going to be Spa-Francorchamps, an hour Spa race. That's going to be super, super duper exciting. I hope to see you all there. But for right now, we are still looking at and enjoying the sounds of qualifying here for the 6 hours of Nurburgring. Minute and 38 seconds left. Arnaud still in the lead. Track conditions still damp. It does look like it's going to start drying up pretty soon. However, the race may be a little different, so we're going to see if this is going to change up any of the strategies and or driver swaps. Some drivers do prefer driving in the rain or feel way more comfortable driving in the rain, even though, in my opinion, the rain in ACC does not make a huge difference on the driving line. The only difference it makes to me would be not being able to touch certain curbs and tire wear and just heat and usage. So specifically choosing where you're going to put your driver, especially in a 6-hour endurance, is also part of the strategy, especially in a race where weather is changing. .30 seconds left in qualifying. It does look like a couple cars will be able to finish up their official qualifying times. Right now, in provisional P1 for the M2s, we do have Arnaud Delassus for QRT Esports in provisional pole 1. Also, Arnaud, if I pronounce your name wrong, please don't be afraid to DM me and let me know. My American education sometimes doesn't allow me to pronounce things correctly. Nathan Smythe Adams in provisional pole 2, or P2, crossing the finish line now. That does, I believe, put him on a qualifying time, so he's able to finish his time up if he so chooses. 2 minutes and 43 seconds left in overtime. But that will allow Chase Jones here to hopefully maybe take that spot away from his Baller Squad Racing teammate there in Nathan Smythe Adams. In the chat, please don't be afraid to also shout out your favorite drivers and teams. We'd love to give them more screen time. Four BMWs still out on track. I believe they are all on valid laps. It may look like one car is not valid anymore. I believe that's the number 83 of Chad McLean. So it does look like he is not valid. So that is going to be the end of Chad's qualifying session there. That is Chase Jones entering the pit lane. However, Nathan Smythe Adams coming through turn 10. Excuse me. That's turn 12, the bit curve. Now coming through turn 13. Getting nice little shots and angles of the BMW M2 CS Cup car. Coming through the chicanes of turn 14 and 15 and into Coca-Cola curve. Will Nathan Smythe Adams be able to take that top spot away from the QRT Esports guys there? up half a second on the Delta. That does look like he's able to take the P1 spot, crossing the finish line now in the checkered flag. Ow, so close, but not enough. 2:15.255 for Nathan Smythe Adams, 2:15.247 for Arnaud Delassis. So that keeps Arnaud in that provisional pole 1 for the M2s. Nathan Smythe Adams in P2, and Chase Jones for P3 for the M2s. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with the starting grid walk. Here at the Nurburgring GP, coming out of the start-finish straight, coming into turn 1, also known as the Yokohama turn. Coming into the Mercedes arenas of turns 2, 3, and 4. Ford curve, turn 7s, and followed by the Dunlop curve at turn 8. Schumacher's at turn 9 and 10. And we are back, racing fans, with the starting grid walk of the 6 hours of Nürburgring endurance race here, presented by Odyssey Racing League. Again, my name is Christian Julian. I go by Koju here as well. And starting in P1, your qualifying leader, the QRT Esports Bentley, number 1, driven by Clive Bixby. In P2, we have Camilo Oro for Falcon Sim Racing. In P3, Sergei Arkhipov for NBK Racing, number 95 Aston Martin. In P4, the start or the first legacy car that we see up here, Thiago Dinarte for Please Break Turn 1 Racing. In the legacy Mercedes AMG GT3. In P5, Lars Bristenstein. Again, guys, if I mispronounce your names, I'm so sorry. Go ahead and DM me and let me know how bad I did. In P5, for Row Racing, Lars, number 127 BMW. In P6, Arsene Gregorian for RGT Setups. In P7, for Hayes Motorsport, Erjo Isne. In P8, Cars Keppers for Pegasi Motorsports. And the Lamborghini Huracan Evo. There's like 3 Evos already at this point. I don't know what they're going to do. In P9, right behind him, in the same car but a different team, Johannes. I'm going to try this out. Ready? Pinokovitz. DM me and let me know how bad I did. For Schwarzer Racing. Schwarzer? Oh man, my American education is just not going to help me out there. In P10, Julian Berscher for BMW IRC. P11, Gabriel Ozichir for Baller Squad Racing. One of the legacy cars here, the legacy Ferrari. In P12, Christian Butcher, excuse me, for the Belgian Audi Club team. P13, I'm going to say Massier Petrovitz. This is the modern AMG GT3 Evo for Interpris Racing. In P14, we do have A. Batista for 987 Racing. In P15, Nojus Cecilius, excuse me. Number 913 Porsche for Porsche Team Schumi Skins. In P16, Richard Harknett. Excuse me. That's weird. Oh, did he not? Oh, he switched drivers. Okay, for some reason, yeah, it's showing Richard here on the tree on my side, but here in the driver's seat, it is Maxime Roland for JP Motorsport. P17, Robert Wade for Rock Bottom. P18, Jack Cruz for Pascal Racing. P19, Dean Solomon for Backroad GT Racing. P20, Anthony Victor Chapel. Part of his team for the Double Yellow Motorsports, it's Jacob Borowick in the driver's seat right now. In P21, Hajo Horman for QRT Esports. Another Bentley here on the track. Great car to see. Right behind him, another amazing car to see. This is the V12 Aston Martin, driven by Zoltan Kedves for Four Musketeers. In P23, Alexander Klus for undesignated drivers. In the pits, we do have Luke Salvato, unfortunately, starting from the pits there in the NSX. I believe that is the old Acura as well. And we have Kirito Nurkurhito in P25, the number 152 McLaren there for Sicario Group. Starting with the M2s. In P1 for the M2s, we do have Arnaud Delassis in the number 73 M2 for QRT Esport. Right behind him, Nathan Smythe Adams for Baller Squad Racing. Number 696 BMW there. It was Chase Jones for qualifying, but now Matteo Massini in the driver's seat in P3 for the M2s here. That was going to be a pretty good, interesting fight between the top drivers here as well. Clayton Filsinger, P4, number 615 M2 here, rocking that Odyssey Racing League livery. Right behind him, Rafael Canisa for the Need for Speed M2. Chow Jr., number 29. Clemens Mayer, P31 on the grid, however, P7 for the M2s. And right behind them, last but not least, that is Robert Logan in the number 83 M2. So nice little quick grid walkthrough here. The drivers are now lining up side by side. So we're gonna see the start of our 6-hour endurance race here. This is also live stewarded, so penalties will be handed out accordingly. However, we're going to be hoping that there are no major red flag incidents here at Odyssey Racing. This is something that we strive for, and hopefully a lot of the other drivers also strive for, and that is the green flag and go, go, go for the 6 hours of Nurburgring here at Odyssey Racing League. Great start by the BMW there in the middle. being squished by a couple of the cars coming into turn one. Now we're going to see a lot of cars fanning out 2 wide, 3 wide, even 4 wide somewhere in the back there. I don't see any any major yellow flags, so this is very, very nice between all of the drivers. Pretty clean so far. Let's see some of the M2s though. However, one of the M2s, oh, never mind, that M2 has a decent amount of damage in the back there, so that's going to be looked at by the stewards and see what happened in there. But coming into the Mercedes arena now, we're going to see some of the drivers still fanning out, some bumping here and there, going 2 wide there into the Mercedes arena. A little bit interesting. More 3 wide, 4 wide there in the back. So a lot of drivers trying to fight for position there in the beginning. Alexander Clues trying to make it on the inside of the Audi there, the Backroads GT Racing Audi, able to take that spot away now. So we're going to see if any of the other cars are able to move up spots. Yes, so we do see Christian Buscher moving up 3 spots here on our screens. Number in P9 now, started in P12. And we did see a decent amount of elbows coming out in the first couple turns, but we're going to see a lot of the drivers now trying to get into their groove. We're going to be, I don't know if we're going to be able to see the speed difference now between the modern GT3s and the legacy GT3s, but that is going to be a big factor in this race. If I remember correctly, the legacy GT3s are BOP'd heavily because the fastest time that those cars do just isn't up to snuff compared to the modern cars. Yellow flags out on the track now. A couple cars going off here and there. However, it doesn't look like to be anything major. A drive-through penalty already being handed out. So the penalties will start flying to the drivers that deserve it, if penalties are deserved here. Take a little peek ahead to the top here. We do see a car blinking in and out, and that is not going to be very good for them. And that's going to be causing some issues. Hopefully that doesn't cause a lot of issues for them or anyone around them. But I believe this, yeah, the stewards will be notified of that then. Moving back to Arsen here. Nice single file line between everybody. Little yellow contact, some contact between Maxime in the number 66 and Nojas in the number 913 by the looks of it. Nothing too major going on. Too wide into the Schumacher's S's. That looks like the Pegassi Motorsport Lamborghini taking that spot away from the BMW in front of him. That's the Lamborghini driven by cars, and I believe that is Julian. Yeah, that's Julian in the BMW there. Some great fighting between these 3 drivers here. The McLaren right behind them, driven by Urjo, not too far off though, so you can sniff some of the blood in the water. And a lot of these cars, and especially in a 6-hour race, it's gonna be not how well you do, but how well you can capitalize on other drivers' mistakes. We did see an Audi go off there. That is one of the legacy Audis. I believe that is Christian. Yeah, Christian Buscher. Excuse me, Butcher. Going off track there and collecting his first off track. A change in the lead. It does look like... It did look like Sergey was in the lead. However, the number 95 looks to have disconnected or having some technical difficulties. So now the number 95 showing in the pits. And that does put Clive Bixby in the lead. There was a change in the lead there. Sergey was able to take that spot. Coming into turn 1, out of the exit of turn 1, just some technical difficulties happened, and the spot was given back to Clive. So Clive in P1, Camille Otto in P2, Lars Brestein in P3 right now. However, remember, this is a 6-hour endurance race. And as well with all of our endurance races, we do have a, what's that called? a stint timer. So drivers have, I believe, a 67-minute stint timer. So that means your car is only allowed on the track for 67 minutes total at a time. So 67 minutes, then it has to take a break, then a total of 67 minutes, then another break. This gives time for refueling, tire changes if you want to. You don't need to. However, I do in an endurance race, you should. And driver swaps. So for anyone that is doing a team, or anyone that's part of a team. Oh, a great move being made there on the inside. However, not able to make it stick. Is he able to make it past the Lamborghini? Coming into the chicane, he's not able to get past. However, sticking right back there. We do see the Aston Martin of Sergey back on the track, though. We did see him a little bit farther back. However, how far back is he now? It does show him in P1 again. However, that is not correct on my screen. On your screen, you should be seeing Clive Bixby in P1. We are still on board with Julian Bersher, going almost bumper to bumper, coming into turn 1 there, almost hitting the back of the Pegassi Motorsport Lamborghini there. However, holding back as much as he can, hitting those brakes and making sure that he's able to stay on the track, trying to make a move around the outside of the Mercedes in front of him as well, and making that move stick. So that makes Julian Bersher in front of the Mercedes driven by, I believe that is Thiago. Yeah, that is Thiago in the Mercedes. So Julian now in P5, Thiago in P6. Some great battles happening here at the beginning. We still have 5 hours to go, guys. So 5 more hours of this incredible action. There is a yellow flag there. It does look like some bumping and bruising between cars and Julian, however. Rubbing is racing. A good move being made by Sergey. So Sergey taking that spot away from Christian. Pretty great move on the inside there. A little flashy from Christian, letting him know that it might have been a little bit too deep of a dive. However, the spot was given and the door was left wide open. So the stewards will decide if... Well, not the stewards. If a report comes in, then the stewards will be able to decide from there. Moving back up. Parskepper's in P4, defending for his life against Julian there in the number 36 BMW. Being a move made on the inside. Julian trying to make a move on the outside. Both cars now making contact. Cars maybe trying to move back on the outside, move on the racing line. However, was not given the space by Julian. I don't know if Julian had to give the space there, but contact between the Lamborghini and the BMW is not going to be beneficial to anybody here. The more contact between the cars, the more it hurts your aero, and the more your aero is hurt, the lower your top speed is going to be. Yes, so P1, I do see Ali Gior. P1 does have a... not that crazy of a lead, right? It's like 6 seconds, 5-6 seconds. However, remember, this is an endurance race, so anything can happen. P1 can disconnect. P1 can get taken out by a red flag. Excuse me, by a blue flag. A yellow flag could happen, and more. Just like the incidents just pile up. Anything can honestly happen in a 6-hour endurance race. Yeah, some bumping and bruising happening between Thiago and the 781 Lamborghini driven by Julian, I believe. No, that's Johannes, excuse me. Julian is in the number 36 BMW in front. But you can see in the back, even Thiago here in the Legacy GT3 still giving the modern GT3s behind him a run for their money, making that Mercedes AMG GT3 as wide as possible. I believe this is the AMG GT3 from 2018, if I remember the year correctly. If not 2017. Oh, and inside move being made. Does it stick? It does. Hajo Hornman unfortunately losing that spot to Erjo for the Hayes Motorsport McLaren, making an inside move into turn 1 there. Hajo Hornman giving up the spot, letting him through. Yeah, so it does look like the number 95 car may have been disqualified due to, or may had to retire briefly due to technical difficulties. However, we do hope to see them back here on track, hopefully soon. Because we always, as racing and racing fan enjoyers, just racing enjoyers in general, we do like to see fast drivers on track, right, and giving it their best. Hajo using the Go-Go Gadget extendo arm onto the back of the McLaren here, is able to get past. He is on the inside now, trying to make that Bentley as wide as possible coming into the chicane. Is he able to make it stick and stay on the true and narrow? He is. The QRT Bentley is now in P8. A nice little view of the car, single file here. Let's see if we can get a better angle here. Oh, that's so nice right there. Coming into the braking zone now, we can see a nice variety of the cars here on track. A little bit of old, a little bit of new, as well as the BMW M2s as well. We didn't forget about you, Arnaud Delassus in P1 still for the M2s. Not too far off behind him, though, Nathan Smythe-Adams in P2. And Rafael Canica in P3. 15-second time penalty being handed out for car 297. So, unfortunately, Rafael here in P3 is given a 15-second time penalty. Let me see if I can get into contact with the stewards and see if they can let me know what that's for. Another 15-second time penalty also being handed out to the number 83 BMW M2 CS Cup car for causing a collision. Looks like. Yes. So penalties being handed out for causing a collision. 2 cars being handed penalties out so far. Unfortunate that we did have one retiree due to a nice switchback by the Pegassi Motorsport Lamborghini there. Julian had a really good move on the inside, was able to take that spot away. However, the Lamborghini of Cars Keppers and Pegassi Motorsports able to regain control of that P4 spot. A little bit of bumping and bruising coming into the braking zone as well, but as we all know, race fans, rubbing is racing. However, it always depends on the intent, right? Like, you can rub, it's fine, but if you're trying to push a driver off track or something, the stewards will look at that unfavorably. Okay, I may have this done correctly. It looked like somebody maybe... Whoa, whoa, whoa! Interesting rejoin there by Thiago. We did see some kitty litter being thrown up there in disgust, maybe. Maybe he got pushed off there. That's going to be interesting. We might have to go back and relook at that and we'll see why he was off track there. But interesting rejoin. Just decided to rejoin a little bit farther down instead of just giving up those spots away and rejoining a little bit safer there. But let's see if we can bring this first penalty to you and see what this penalty was for. So this is the wrong penalty. Oh no, this is the right penalty. Is it? No. Oh my goodness. I'm gonna have to speak with the camera crew. They're letting me down. Yeah. Earlier, dudes, come on. You're supposed to hand me the right footage. Come on, guys. What's going on? However, something that's going to be very interesting here, going 3 wide into some traffic there between the M2s and a couple of the other cars. One of the, I believe that's the number 29 BMW getting a shove from behind, and another BMW, Austin Powered, in the middle of the track there, coming into Schumacher S's. Gabriel Ozichern able to capitalize on all of that mayhem and getting himself out in front. Thiago in front of him, I believe, in the Mercedes. So that's the person he's fighting. He does have an Audi behind him. Gabriel in Christian Butcher, I believe. Yeah, Christian also in the Legacy Audi, so also fighting for position there. Oh, what a great sequence of events. Wow. So even in, especially like in endurance racing, not just that this is a 6-hour race, but also in endurance racing, anything can happen. Traffic can happen. In the case of an incident that I had, that actually happened last night for me in a multi-class race, a slower class car just happens to just move in front of you, and you happen to take them out and damage your car for 6 minutes. So you're out for 6 minutes and you have to wait for repairs. But anything can happen. Sometimes GT4s, or excuse me, that was what happened last night. Excuse me, I'm gonna take that back. Sometimes the slower class car can make a mistake, or you can make a mistake and just drive in the back of them. Who knows? Some fighting going on between some more legacy cars here. This is the V12 Aston Martin and the Jaguar GT3 right in front. Traffic. It doesn't seem like anything too much to worry about for these drivers. Remember, multi-class rules do apply here at Odyssey Racing League, especially during multi-class events. What that means is these slower class cars have the right of way in the sense that they do not have to move off the racing line for the faster cars. They are allowed to stay on their racing line, especially if they're in a battle. However, if the slower class car does decide to give you the position, instead of having you work around them, they can signal where they're going to go. They could slow down off the racing line or just go deep into a turn and let you pass them. It is always the faster cars. I don't want to say priority or prerogative, but it's more on the faster car to help facilitate a clean overtake. However, that does not remove any liability from the slower class drivers. You guys can't just drive willy-nilly, just turn in whenever you want. Like, oh, there's a faster car coming, you turn right when they're behind me. Just as long as everyone plays it safe, everyone plays it cool, everyone survives, and everyone continues racing. Now, a drag race between some classic cars here, the Jaguar and the Aston Martin V12. Is the Aston Martin able to get into the braking zone in time? He is. Zoltan now taking that inside turn away from the Jaguar driven by Jacob, and Jacob losing that spot now in P21. Zoltan taking that P20 spot in a daring inside dive into turn 1 here. More action happening between the Lamborghinis now. Some Lamborghini on Lamborghini action. And that does leave Ioannis able to capitalize on the mistake of Cars Keppers there. Cars unfortunately eating a little bit too much of that grasscrete on the outside. And speaking of eating too much, the Lamborghini of Ioannis also eating a little bit too much of the inside curbs of the chicane there. So that does allow Arson to catch right back up to the bumper of the Lamborghini here on our screen. Couple more penalties being handed out for causing a collision. The number 310 Audi given a 5-second penalty. The number 781 Lamborghini and Ioannis here given a 5-second penalty as well. And the number 830 Bentley driven by Haja Horman, excuse me, given a 10-second penalty, all for causing a collision. Excuse me, the 10-second time penalty was for a push to pass penalty, and the 5 seconds are causing a collision, I believe. Stewards, please yell at me if I'm incorrect. On our screen, the number 152 McLaren driven by Kirito for Sicario Group, right on the back bumper of one of the Bentleys here. This is the older Bentley, so this is a legacy Bentley. However, it is free-for-all between the GT3s, so they are allowed to fight each other until the very bitter end. Wheel to wheel, hub to hub, lug nut to lug nut, however you like to consider it. They are allowed to battle each other out. We do see a change also on the left side of our screen for the M2s. Junior, unfortunately, moving down to the end of the grid there for the M2s due to that 15-second penalty. I believe it was a 15-second. Or was it a drive? I believe, yeah, he did have a time penalty, so it looked like it was a drive. Excuse me, not a drive-through, like an incident. Little bit of traffic here for one of the GT3s. This is Luke Salvato in the Hatsune Miku Honda. I was about to say Acura. I was about to say Honda Acura. This is the Honda NSX, a non-Evo version. I wonder why they have two different versions. Why don't they just keep one? Like, why don't they just keep it Acura? Like, I know like there's the Honda in the U.S. and outside of the U.S. it's basically Acura everywhere else. But that's interesting to me. Why don't they just homogenize it between all of the other games? Like me personally, like I also dabble a little bit in iRacing, and in iRacing the cars, it's the Acura NSX. I think this is probably like one of the only games that calls it the Honda, and I'm pretty interested to know like specifically why. I know it has to do with the GT World Challenge because, as we all do know, Assetto Corsa Competizione is the official game for the GT World Challenge series. But if we talk about GT World Challenge, there's also GT World Challenge Asia, and I believe they have Acuras. It's the Acura NSX. I believe there's one Acura in the US. It's driven by one team, and I still think it's the Acura. I'm not 100% sure. I'm actually going to have to double check that. But Kirito again, Go Gadget Extendo arm onto the back of that Bentley. That Bentley's still flying though. So let's see if he's able to catch up here. My little senses are tingling though, and I do still see a battle between Cars, Keppers, and Urjo. Cars with that 15-second time penalty, so he was probably going to take that till the very end of his stint timer there. Richard Hartnett in the chat, in some countries they have to change it for branding requirements. Acura is preferred, but Honda is what has to be in GT World Challenge. America's is NEUs. Yeah, so, but like, why though? Like, I know it's branding reasons, but... Oh, well done. Like, I mean, in real life, Honda Acura. So I'm assuming they just keep it the same way, how it is in real life, Honda Acura. That's so strange though, just... Make it all the same, guys. We all, like... You make it a little bit more difficult for people that aren't in the scene to understand, sort of. A little bit further up, we do see a battle between P6 and P7 there. Oh, a little bit too deep there for Arsene, who did get the position taken back away from him with a very nice switchback there by Johannes. Johannes in the pink Lamborghini for Schweitzer Racing. Schwarz or Schweitzer? I believe it's pronounced Schweitzer. Able to make a nice little switchback there. Coming into turn 3 of the Mercedes Arena. But Arsene not too far off from him. Trying to stay glued to that back bumper, he is. Oh yeah, going very close there. Arsene's not going to let Johannes away without a fight. We do see another fight happening in the background there as well, between Cars and Ejo. Both of these guys, yeah, less than half a second between both sets of cars here. Is anyone able to make a move into any one of the braking zones? Urjo right behind. Arsene also battling, trying to take that position away from Johannes. or 29 minutes have expired from the race already. So it's going to be halfway through the first stint for some of these drivers, so they may start to feel a little bit of brain fatigue if they're not used to doing anything longer than a sprint. However, Maxime right on the back of Gabriel, not letting Gabriel breathe into the last turn. Turn 15, Coca-Cola, 16 Coca-Cola curve, excuse me. Is he able to get a better run than the Ferrari there? He might be able to get a little bit of that nice draft from that Ferrari. Is he able to catch up into the turn 1? Is he going to make a move on the inside? Makes a little cheeky dash. Shows his hand a little too early by the looks of it. Not able to catch up to Gabriel there in the Ferrari, and Gabriel does stay out in front. A little bit of traffic here for Hajo. However, the traffic is not going to be bothered by these GT3s swarming past them like bees. We're going to be keeping an eye on this battle, as well as the battle between Maxime and Gabriel, and the battle between Cars and Urjo. Cars and Urjo, actually speaking about that, Cars unfortunately eating a little bit too much of the outside curve coming out of the exit of the Schumacher S turn 10 there. So is Urjo able to make a move on the outside and get into the braking zone, wheel to wheel, hub to hub? He wasn't able to, and gives that spot back up to the Pegassi Motorsport Lamborghini there. However, a little bit of a squirrely exit there. So is the drag race going to be in the McLaren's favor now? The McLaren electing to try to go on the outside now, and the rain has started as well. So it has started raining here for the 6 hours of Nurburgring, and it's going to start raining heavily, or more heavy, in the next 30 minutes. So drivers may have to do a quick pit stop depending on how much the rain starts, and switch out those dry tires for those wet tires. So this is a nice little monkey wrench in the driving strategy of all the teams here. We may see a little bit more incidents here and there because of the slippery conditions. It is now greasy on the track. So we do have a rain tracker on the top right of our screen. We do see that it is raining now, and within the next 30 minutes, it's going to get a little heavier. So actually, that's around the time that stint timer will end. So this actually might be in favor of all the drivers here. Most of the drivers may just end up sticking with their dry tires until the end of their stint, refuel, change over to wets, put in that new driver or the specified wet driver. If teams were able to big brain that much, or big brain that far ahead, and get them in there and start getting some laps in. I believe the rain, take this with a grain of salt please, I believe the rain will only last around an hour due to the simulations that were posted up on the Discord. Normally when we do events, we simulate the weather, and there are like 1,000 iterations of the weather. We put them all up. We show the percentage of fully wet, fully dry, and how long the rain is. And I believe the rain showed about an hour. So it's going to be an hour of rain, and the time between rain, it's like 4 hours, 5 hours. So I think it'll only rain once during the race. So a little bit, yeah, we do see a lot of that the squirrely exit now for Urjo. That is the rain coming into the effect. Once you start hitting the curbs, or touching the curbs, especially when it's greasy, and once the rain starts piling up, you're not going to have a great time. We did see in the background there one of the M2 Cup cars electing to take their pit stop early. So it looks like they're going to be going in either to fix some damage or to switch over to that wet strategy that these drivers should have, or excuse me, not the drivers, but the teams should have created and worked with the drivers on. Couple cars in the pits, yeah, so some cars are electing to take their pit stops right now, a little bit earlier than expected. This is about a 45-minute stint timer, or 41 minutes, I believe. So normally, as a driver, right, or as a team, you want the drivers to complete their full stints. However, in the events of rain or something, or like a change of weather, change of rain, excuse me, not a change of rain, the change in the amount of rain and the amount of water accumulated on track, you're going to be changing strategies. Right now, not a lot of water, standing water on the track. It is damp, so the water is starting to accumulate in certain areas of the track. We won't be able to see it until it's nice and puddled there, and the drivers will be avoiding those puddles. The racing line, not too much of a huge difference. Braking distances will increase, so you're gonna have to brake a tiny bit earlier, especially if you are not on dry tires. If you're not on wet tires, and if your tires are not up to temp here, especially in the wet. We do see Haja Hornman for QRT Esports going into the pits to change into those wet tires. Yep, it's about time that everybody starts putting on them water shoes, take out the bathing suits, and get ready for that wet and slippery weather coming. We do see the Hayes Motorsport McLaren also as well going into the pits. So very smart call from the strategists of their teams, letting them know in, pit. It's time to put on those wet tires because it's going to be even wetter later. So it does look like the leader of the BMW M2s has not elected to... Oh, and I spoke way too soon. I am so sorry. Why did I do that? I am so sorry, QRT Esport guys. I started speaking way too soon, way too loud, and unfortunately the commentator's curse has come to strike. And that's a lot of damage. So now Arnaud will most probably be taking that pit stop. Unfortunately, that's going to be adding time onto that pit stop due to the damage repair here. Yes, once it starts raining, yeah, especially the track is now in a wet condition instead of greasy or damp. It is now wet on the track. So wet tires are optimal. Dry tires are going to be basically useless. And we can see it here, unfortunately, for the QRT Esport M2. Taking an unfortunate line through the Schumacher S exit and hitting the wall there. So they are going into the pits to repair, recoup, and get back out on track. Do we have enough speed tape to fix the bumper? We can use what the airplane tape. They call that speed tape. It's just like super fancy duct tape. Put a couple strips on that. We'll be good to go. Speaking of good to go, in P1 now. Or still in P1, Nico and Key, QRT Esports. It does show him P4 on the tree now. There you go. The tree has been updated. So Nico in P1, Rainer in P2 for Falcon Sim Racing, and P3, Julian Bersher. P4, Alexander Cruz, who's our first Legacy GT3 in the top 5. 5-second time penalty, unfortunate though. That's not going to be... Well, 6-hour race, so remember, 5 seconds within a 6-hour race is not too much. That's just one tiny little mistake that the driver in front of you has, especially in the rain. That'll throw them off the track, and you'll be able to capitalize on that. So the 5 seconds, not too much of a gut punch. However, still, you try to strive to be as clean as possible while you're racing, right? Or I at least try to. So the 5 seconds, a little bit of a sting, but not too much of a detriment to your race. Pretty good battle happening between Batista and Butcher. I believe that's Christian Butcher. Bringing you all some nice sights and sounds of racing here. Just a quick announcement as well. Every couple of hours or so, we might leave a small little segment here, 20-30 minutes of only racing sounds, just to give you all a nice cinematic perspective. And so you don't have to hear my annoyingly nasally voice for hours and hours on end. An interesting move being made by the Jaguar there, taking that P16 spot away from Derek Anderson there. Derek Anderson moving to P17 in the Audi. I believe that is the Audi. This is the non-Evo. So this is the Audi R8 LMS 2. Oh no, wait, there's Evo 2, right? It's the non-Evo, and then it's Evo, and then there's Evo 2, I believe. I believe this is the or Evo 1, if I remember correctly. I'll actually double check that for you, but that is interesting. So two very interesting cars to see on track, the Jaguar and the older Audi. I do definitely miss seeing those cars on track, especially the Jaguar. But we're going to try to bring you as much action and as much battles as we can here. While this battle is also going on your screen, I would also like to take the time to talk a little bit about our Patreons and our prize pool here. So we do have a prize pool here for these 6 hours of Nurburgring. That is $25, I believe, to the winners of, $50 to the winning team of the Legacy GT3s and $50 to the winners of the BMW M2s. And this prize pool is actually brought to you by our Patreons. So we do have a Patreon here at Odyssey Racing League, and that Patreon helps us to fund the league. It helps us fund our races, our special events, our prize pools, and helps us bring you the best kind of the best racing possible that we can offer. If you visit us on our Patreon, I'll actually give you guys the link right now. So at patreon.com/Odyssey Racing League, you can join us in helping bring this racing fun to life. And I just wanted to take the time to also thank some of our patrons right now. So as a quick battle happening and an inside move being made there by the number 296 McLaren. Quick little side note, yeah, so Very interesting move being made there now, and that's number 127 BMW pushed down into P5 with the QRT Bentley not too far off behind them either, giving them not a lot of breathing room. But I'm gonna thank our patron sponsors really quickly before this battle gets even more interesting. Oh my goodness. Inside move being made by the Bentley. Is he able to make it into the braking zone? He does, and he makes a move into the braking zone of the chicane. The BMW gets a little squirrely on the exit, and that is the QRT Bentley driven by, excuse me, who is that? Again, that is the Bentley driven by, oh my goodness. My brain is farting. I believe, yeah, Wessels. Yeah, that was Leon Wessels. So Leon Wessels taking the spot now. However, coming up into traffic. So we're gonna see if this traffic is gonna be either helpful or detrimental. It has settled down a little bit. Please, guys, please, if you're drivers, if you're hearing me, please let me thank the sponsors first before you start battling again. Please. Please let me thank our patrons. So if you would also like to join our Patreon, I put a link in the YouTube chat there. You can join us. And just to thank some of our patrons right now, we do have Caden Hudson, Sven Groot, Marcos Pimentel, Julius Tan, Nate Schreiber, Abdul Raouf, Steve Sloan, Jose Hernandez, Phil Papa, Robbie Sorta Asian, Neil Bareboats, Joe Price, and Joe Kaiser. Thank you so much, each and every one of you, for your patronage. You are one of our puzzle pieces that helps create this awesome, just this awesome link that we have here at Odyssey Racing League. Thank you so much for your continued patronage. And if you would like to be added to that list, don't be afraid to hit that Patreon link and join us there on Patreon. As well, you can always join us here on Discord, discord.gg/Odyssey Racing League. And you can also stay up to date on all of our races and events coming up here in ACC and or any other simulation that we decide to dip our toes in. Speaking of dipping their toes in, it did look like the Mercedes was going to try to make a move on the inside. That's the Mercedes of Maxime Roland, the number 66. Almost made a cheeky little move on the inside there, but allowed the 310 Audi to continue driving in front. Okay, yeah, let's not do that. it keeps messing up. Hello. Yes, we are having some audio technical difficulties right now at this second. Racing fans, please bear with us at this moment. The broadcasters are working on it. We're working on it. Hopefully it will go away soon. Interesting battle still happening out on our screen. Let's see if we can get that fixed then for you. We'll go to a quick intermission and we will be right back.
It's been a long time I've been waiting for you. I got my feelings up and it's just for you. I just need a little bit of time to breathe in and out. I just need a little bit of time to ease up my mind. All for you. Situation got me running like I'm losing my mind. All for you. I feel with every little step I take, I'm crossing your line. All for you. I'm all for you, all for you. Yeah, I'm all for you, all for you.
Okay. Thank you for bringing that to our attention, racing fans. Please also, if there are any other technical difficulties or audio difficulties that you perceive on your end, please don't be afraid to let us know. We can 100% work on that as fast as possible. But still, in P1, after our quick little hiatus, the QRT Esports Bentley, driven by Nico Handke, in P2, Rainer Zochling for Falcon Sim Racing. In P3, Julian Berscher for BMW IRC. Right behind him, not too far off behind him, Andrei Porshkov for RGT Setups. Almost bumper to bumper there when we came back. Unfortunately, 30-second time penalty for the driver of the 296. So that is... So remember when we were saying 5 seconds is hurtful? 30 seconds hurts even more at this point. And P5, Leon Wessels, another QRT Bentley. That does round off your top 5 for the GT3s. No legacy GT3s in the top 5. There was a GT3 that legacy GT3, excuse me, that did qualify in the top 5. I believe that was the AMG of Thiago, which I believe is the number 3 AMG. They're in P8 right now. So unfortunate little tumble But as we said before, the race is not over yet, so they have more than enough time to make up for it. Whoa, what's up with the camera dudes? I'm letting them know to switch cameras, and then there's like I think there's an issue with our headset, so I apologize for the slower transition. But we're gonna talk a little bit about the M2s as well, and also give them some love. So in P1 right now for the M2s, Nathan Smythe Adams for Baller Squad Racing. In P2 for the M2s, Luke Lazama, Odyssey Esports, the 615 BMW. In between some GT3 traffic there. P3 for the M2s, we do have Matteo Massini for Baller Squad Racing as well. P4, Arnard Delassis, who was the leader earlier and is now unfortunately unfortunately carrying around with him a 15-second time penalty, including that damage that he had earlier. So I don't think that 15-second time penalty is from speeding the pits. Normally you're given either a drive-through or stop and go, if I remember correctly. So I believe this has to do with either an incident that occurred on the track, or maybe something in the Discord. Nice little move there. The number 83 M2 giving up that spot on the inside. And rounding off your top 5 for the M2s, last but not least, Rafael Canica. Canicia? Canica? I apologize. Still a great livery though. We can see how close that McLaren gets. A little bit of traffic out in front. Nothing too crazy for these drivers to worry about though. Forty-nine minutes, 4 hours, 59 minutes left in this 6-hour endurance multi-class event here at Odyssey Racing League. Rain started about 10 minutes ago. No. Rain started about 20 minutes ago. So a lot of drivers, and by a lot I mean basically all the drivers, elected to do an early pit stop, cut their first stint short, put on them wet shoes and their swimming trunks, and get out there in the rain. And we do see in the next 30 minutes it's going to stop raining. So the rain will go away within the next 30 minutes or so. It'll start slowing down within the next 10. The next 30 minutes we'll start seeing the track dry up. And of course, the more cars you have on track, the faster the track does dry up. So we may be seeing some cars, again, early pit stops, changing out of their wet tires and their wet clothes and into some nice dry tires. And getting back out there and finishing the race. We will be keeping an eye out on the weather to see if it continues raining. I don't think it will after this first set, because it does look like the clouds are leaving the area. However, I keep saying it, and I'm gonna keep saying it again. 6 hours. So we have way more than enough time for anything to happen. Nice shot there of the two cars exiting the chicane there of turns 14 and 15. And passing on through the Coca-Cola curve of turn 16. we are back, racing fans. I do apologize for that quick intermission. But we do still have 4 hours and 48 minutes left of exciting action here at Odyssey Racing League. 6 hours of Nurburgring endurance race. On our screens right now, Christian Butcher in P9. A little bit of a tussle between some of the traffic cars there. Cars Keppers trying to catch up to Adam Westland there. Had some M2 traffic, as well as Rodrigo here also battling some M2 traffic, trying to catch up to Lars in the BMW out in front. Not too far off though behind them, Christian. And Christian fighting Batista right behind them, less than half of a second. Oh, and that's an M2 going sideways by the looks of it. Was that caused by contact between some of the drivers? Hopefully that wasn't caused by contact, because that's going to be very, very frowned upon by the stewards. Especially after the driver's briefing, when the drivers were told, like, please be careful with the M2s. So that is an M2 that has unfortunately took a tumble at Coca-Cola Curve there. Christian still on our screen here. With Batista right behind him. Great move on the outside by Batista. Taking that spot away now from that Audi. However, the Audi does have the inside line now. Is he able to stick the inside line and keep the Porsche at bay? He is. And it does look like the Audi is able to squeeze on through between the Porsche and take away that spot. Right back. Coming out of the Schumacher S's though, now is the Porsche able to catch up on this little drag race between the Audi? Porsche, I believe, inline 5? It's 5 liter, it's 5 cylinders, right? I think 5. And the Audi's a V10. And a nice switchback between both drivers here. Squirrely for both of them. Who gets a better line though? Made it look like the inside car, the Audi, the 310 Audi is able to get a better line. Are they able to stick it though? No, it's too squirrely on the exit of Coca-Cola Curve, and it does look like the Porsche is going to be able to stick wheel to wheel here coming into turn 1, now passing the start straight finish line. And into the braking zone of turn 1, the Audi on the inside, the Porsche on the outside. Is there going to be a little switcheroo here? Let's see it come. And a little squirrely exit of the Audi. The Porsche still not able to capitalize though. Ooh, Destiny, if you think you'd be good at racing, you're more than welcome to join us here at Odyssey Racing League. Discord.gg/Odyssey Racing League. I'm gonna put that link there in our chat. You can check out our league events that we have. This is a endurance event that we have. We do have, I wouldn't say it's part of like a series. We do host endurance events. We let our community in the Discord decide like the tracks, the times, what kind of vehicles they want, if they want it multi-class or not. And we let you, the drivers, basically decide. So you can join us here actually on discord.gg/Odyssey Racing League. And you can actually choose the next event that you want to see and or maybe even drive in. If you're not up for endurance racing and you're more of like a casual driver, or even just want to run in a league like quick sprints, we do have a GT Americas League and a GT Europe League as well, and we do have those classed out, so rookies, amateurs, and pros. So you'll be driving against so way too deep into that braking zone there. Batista looks like may have just clipped the grass or something. And once you clip the grass, especially in the wet, you just keep going, you don't stop. So it does look like within the next 10 minutes, the rain will start slowing down. And within 30, the track should start drying up. I think it will be declared a, what do they call it? It's like a drying race, or not a wet race. It's like it's like another word for it. I can't recall what that word is. Batista still Go-Go Gadget extendo arm onto the back bumper of the 310 Audi driven by Christian. Pretty decent sized gaps between the rest of the drivers here on the grid, looking down at the M2 standings as well. Yeah, pretty decent cushions between all the drivers. Once the pit stops come around, though, that's when we're going to start seeing a lot of the drivers, a lot of the gaps between drivers go away. While we continue watching these battles develop on our screen here, I am going to be talking a little bit about Season 15 here at Odyssey Racing League. So we do run a league series. We do have GT Americas, GT Europe, and we do also have a After Hours. It's called GT Americas After Hours, but of course, you can, wherever you are in the world, you can join whichever one you want. You don't have to be in the Americas to join GT Americas. You don't have to be in Europe to join GT Europes. It's more just, these are the, we cater to these, this league will be catered to the times, the time zones of the drivers in this area. So Americas is more catered to the Americas time zones, and our GT Europe races are more catered to the European time zones. But if we look at our, if we look really quickly at this incoming flyer, boom, bam, we do have Season 15. So it's a 6-round season here. First round will be this upcoming week at Spa-Francorchamps. It's going to be an hour-long race. And then the next couple of races will be 45-minute sprints. We have another hour race for round 5, and then we round it off at Red Bull Ring for the final round, 45-minute race as well. So we do have GT Americas, which will be on Thursdays at 9 p.m. Eastern. GT Europe, Sundays 8 p.m. CEST. and these are GT3 modern GT3 cars only, LFM BOP. So we do a balance of performance based on of the LFM website. And we also have GT America's After Hours, which is Tuesdays at 9 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. And that is actually our only multi-class series that we run here. And that'll be modern GT3s and legacy GT3s. So again, 6 rounds. If you're more than welcome to join us at discord.gg/Odyssey Racing League to learn how to sign up. You can find us also on the simgrid/host/Odyssey Racing League. And you can even show up here in one of our little streams. We do stream all of our league races. All of our league races are also live stewarded. And we try to bring you the best racing that Assetto Corsa Competizione has to offer. The Interpris AMG catching up to Derek Anderson in the Backroads GT Racing Audi there. Is the modern AMG able to catch up to the legacy Audi? Less than half a second behind the Audi. Is he able to make a cheeky move on the inside? No, not able to do it. Elects to stay clean on the racing line right behind. Just slot in there. Keep the race going. Sometimes, yeah, like sometimes you do get a nice little look on the inside of a turn, and you want to go for the gap. However, especially in the rain, it's sometimes you just have to play it a little bit more cautious. You know what I mean? Should start clearing up for the drivers here in around 10 minutes. And the track should be fully dry within 30 minutes. Will it be optimal? I don't know. However, what I can assure you is that the track will be dry due to the amount of drivers that are on the track right now. That is 31 cars on the track. 6 M2s. The rest a mix of GT3s, classic and modern. Excuse me, not classic, legacy. Classic I would say classic, and even I thought like super old school cars. No, legacy GT3s and modern GT3s. As well on the, oh, that is not something that we want to see though. The Interpris AMG taking a terrible tumble into the wall, and that is substantial damage on the front end for that car. That does allow the 187 Bentley, driven by Lucas here for undesignated drivers, to move up into that spot and take it away from the 404 AMG. Some traffic is helping some action. Third, BMW driven by Julian is being caught up by Leon Wessels in the QRT Esports Bentley. The right-hand drive Bentley is a pretty big powerhouse. It used to be, from my understanding, it used to be pretty strong, and then it fell out of the BOP/meta favor. And recently it's been making a resurgence to Bentley. So I've been seeing a lot more Bentley drivers recently. Or maybe just because I haven't been paying attention to ACC as much as I should have. But I've been seeing a resurgence of Bentley drivers. And the Bentley's really good. I am personally not a fan. I am a huge Lamborghini fan. Make fun of me as much as you want, but I only drive Lamborghini and BMW basically in ACC. Unfortunately, all the other cars just don't feel right for me. They just don't feel right in my hands. And I personally would rather drive a car where I feel comfortable with, even if I'm slow. Speaking of not slow, fastest time on track belongs to our P1 leader, Nico Handke, for QRT Esports. 202.26, might add, especially in the rain. But let's also talk about our race leaders so far. 4 hours, 32 minutes left in our race. We've had about a stint and a half pass so far. Nico in first place for QRT Esports for P1. In P2, we do have Rainer for Falcon Sim Racing, the number 373 Ferrari. In P3, we do have Andre for RGT Setups. Andre does have a 30-second time penalty though, so that is going to be, that's going to hurt. And those 30 seconds will place them in that. And if everyone were to pit, like if the top 10 drivers were to pit all at once at the same time, that would throw him from P3 to P6 based on the time differences between the drivers that I can see. But we're not there at P6 yet. We're at P4, who's still battling it out with the battle between Julian and Leon still happening on our screen. Julian still giving a big, almost an elbow in that corner there to Leon. Keep an eye on this battle really quick, because as soon as we turn away, these guys like to start fighting. You turn away and then you hear the sounds of fighting, and then you turn back and then they're like, no, we're not fighting. It's like two siblings. Let's see if we can get you some better camera angles as well here, folks. Oh, too soon. Oh, glued to the back bumper that Bentley is. Some super close, clean racing between these two drivers. Something you don't normally see in the rain, however, such a treat to see. Such a nice little snack that we just have to enjoy while we have it. So it is starting to dry up a little bit here at the Nurburgring GP circuit. The track is now considered damp. 4 minutes, 30 seconds. 4 minutes? Okay, I need to go lay down. It's not 4 minutes, it's 4 hours and 29 minutes left in our 6-hour endurance race here at Odyssey Racing League. It started raining about 45 minutes into the race, and now it is starting to clear up. In about 10 minutes, the rain will stop, and in around 30 minutes, the track should be dry. Will most probably not be optimal. Optimum in terms of grip, as we can tell in the top right of our screen, where it says track, under it says damp. The best one and the one that drivers really like, for just grip in general, is optimal, and that may not happen as soon as the drivers like. So a little bit of traffic now, so this is going to be causing some chaos in this little battle here. That I believe is the leader of the M2s. Oh no, I sit corrected. That is not the leader. That is P3. I believe that is Arnaud. Yeah, that is Arnaud. Oh, but the leader of the M2s is Nathan Smythe-Adams. Not too far off behind Nathan, though, is Mateo. Who's actually being caught up by the traffic of the battle that we were watching now. So let's continue watching this battle as well. There's the traffic. And a nice clean pass through the M2s there. Leon electing to take the inside line there. So there is some tire spalling there, and I don't know if it has much of an effect on your top speed. I know it has an effect on your grip. I don't know how much top speed effect it will have there. So sometimes it's probably it'd probably just be better to get back in the back of the BMW there, who looked like he was going a little bit sideways, but got a clean catch at the end. But that does allow Leon to get right on the back bumper now. Is Leon going to be pressuring Julian into a mistake? Let's see if Julian can hold out. The 36 BMW is still defending against the 830 Bentley that we have on our screen there. The Bentley going a little bit wider, trying to get a cut back. And is he able to get it? No, he's not. And the BMW unfortunately goes wide. The Bentley goes wide with him, pushes them a little bit off track, and that is the position for Leon now into P4. Julian, the number 36 BMW, pushed down into P5. That contact there at the end is going to be a little bit interesting. We're going to let the stewards look at that and decide what happens there, but that was very, very, very close. And if Julian didn't get pushed off track there, he may have kept fighting until the Schumacher S there, and that would have been super interesting to see who would have given up the position. Because going too wide into the Schumacher S, especially coming off of a wet track, now damp, as we see the rain has stopped here at Nurburgring GP. Going too wide in the Schumacher S is not a good idea, in my opinion. Cars now going into the pits, electing to take their pit stops to switch out of their wet clothes and wet shoes and into some dry tires. You have some traffic joining in the middle of this fight, so that may put some distance between P3 and P4 here. Leon may get away from this scot-free and may be able to wipe the sweat from his brow. Having to defend against that BMW may have been a little bit more that he could chew, especially coming still on, I'm assuming still on wet tires. Is he still on wet tires? I believe yes. Yes. So that's going to be increasing the temp of those tires. It is now greasy on the track, so the grip is coming back. The water is starting to dry up pretty quickly, I might add. A Lamborghini is some traffic there. I believe that is the Pegassi Motorsport Lamborghini. It does look like they have some damage as well on the front end, so they may be going a little bit slower than expected. Moving down there, Pascal right on the back bumper, right, able to catch up to the Pegassi Motorsport Lamborghini. Is the Pegassi Lamborghini able to keep them at bay? The Hayes Motorsport McLaren tried to look on the inside, then the outside, then just said, you know what, I'm going to stay on the racing line right behind this Lamborghini and let them make a mistake first and capitalize on that. It may look like that might become a reality sooner than expected, because Pascal right on the back of Brett Bailey. Brett Bailey in the 725 Lamborghini. Now Brett Bailey on the inside, Pascal on the outside. Who wants it more? Brett able to take that spot on the inside and the chicane, and some more traffic. That is the Porsche right behind them of Batista taking away that spot, because Pascal is now going into the pits to switch out into that dry tire. It looks like it, but now the Lamborghinis have to defend against this Porsche, who does look like they're on the dry tire, because they have a little bit more grip and a lot more top end speed on the inside. Now the number 992 Porsche is able to make a dive into the inside and take that spot away from the Lamborghini. Is this another battle brewing on our screen? It was not. Those two cars were on separate laps. Very nice seeing the 488 Ferrari there in pink and in white. And that is, speaking of pink, that is a pink Lamborghini, unfortunately eating too much of that grasscrete on the outside, especially when it's still greasy. You hit a little bit too much of that accelerator and that back end just goes super out on you. Julian Bersher now in the pits, as well as the QRT Motorsports Bentley, both electing to finish their stints off, switch out of the tires if they did. And those spots are going to be changing a little bit there at the top end. Looking back down into the M2s though, we do love some M2s here at Odyssey Racing League. In the lead, it is... Why do the camera dudes do that? Why would you do that? You're in the middle of a conversation, guys. Come on. Excuse me. I apologize. I'm gonna have a strict word with the camera people. That is Mike Burkhoff in the lead for the M2s. 696 M2, the Baller Squad Racing M2, or one of the Baller Squad Racing M2s. In P2 for the M2s, that is Luke Lizama for Odyssey Esports. That nice Odyssey Racing League livery in our brand new colors as well. We did unveil our new branding and our new colors at the beginning of this year. And Luke Lizama, one of our Odyssey Esports drivers, is representing our league in this race today. However, P3, also the Baller Squad Racing teammate, Chase Jones in P3 for the M2s. And is your top three for the M2s. Oh, and it may look like, oh, that's unfortunate. So it does look like Luke Lizama taking a little bit of a tumble there. Maybe eating also too much of that grasscrete there at the Mercedes Arena. However, the time distance between Luke and Chase is pretty good. So it does look like Luke is going to be able to safely keep his position. So this is the Aston Martin V12. I don't know if y'all can hear that beautiful, beautiful car sound. Oh, I'm sorry, that was a Lamborghini. No, I joke, actually. That last guy, like I said, I love the Lamborghini. I love everything about it in this game, except the driving it, because I'm terrible. However, the V12 also sounds amazing in the Aston Martin variety. See if we can get you a better sound of it. Engine definitely go burr. And that is probably one of the first times that I have ever seen that penalty handed out. But that is an unfortunate drive-through penalty being handed out to the number 321 Aston Martin. Driven by Attila Kedvis. Yeah, Attila Kedvis. For unfortunately going over the driver's stint limit. So the driver's stint limit is 67 minutes. Your car is allowed to be on the track for 67 minutes at one time. So you have to go 67 minutes, pit, 67 minutes, pit, or 67 minutes max, and then pit. You can choose earlier, to stop earlier if you want. However, they unfortunately went over their 67 minutes, and that is a drive-through penalty. So that is super hurtful, and that is a twist of the knife in the gut, in my opinion. So normally, from my understanding as well, as long as you are inside of the pit lane before the timer goes off, you are okay. So if you are in the pit lane and your stint timer goes off, I think you are okay. But you have to be within the pit lane and the pit limiter, like where it says pit limiter on your screen if you're driving. I think you have to have hit that and already passed the line. If not, you will be given that penalty, and that is, oh man. As well, if this is a multi-class event, 6 hours endurance as well. Drivers are usually allowed to drive solo. So if you are a solo driver and do not have teammates, you actually don't have to pit. You can just do a drive-through to finish or to reset your stint timer. So as long as you drive through the pits, you can reset the timer. However, if you need gas, if you need tires, you're gonna pit anyway, so you might as well do it. So it looks like the V12 is back out on the track. Right now we are on board with the 296 McLaren, who's trying to catch up to that BMW in front of him. That is a fight for position. That's going to be position 6. That is what the BMW holds, and that is what the McLaren here on our screen wants. Ilya getting so close to the back of that BMW there. BMW driven by Leander. And some M2 traffic coming along with it. This is going to be delicious. Let's see how this battle unfolds. Little flashy there from the GT3s, letting the M2 know that they are passing by the McLaren, getting right on the back bumper of the BMW, but giving them some space because coming into these next couple turns, they might be thinking about a little bit of a switchback here. The BMW, if I remember correctly, does have a better straight line speed here, so it's going to be able to beat it on the drag races. But if the McLaren is able to get side by side coming out of the exit, I believe the McLaren does have better exit speed and traction in the mid corner. So we're going to see how the BMW is able to defend here into the Schumacher S's. Now BMW taking the normal racing line, making sure the McLaren stays right behind him. McLaren cheeky move on the inside, but decided to not go with it. We're coming up now into turns 11 and 12. We're going to see if any moves being made. The BMW electing to take the inside line, and unfortunately the McLaren going too far wide. And that is going to be a little bit of a cushion now between the BMW and the McLaren. And that's going to give Leander a little bit of breathing room and time to think now of his next defensive strategy. Another battle happening, though, right here in front of us between the Jaguar, who should, in my opinion, be 100% getting more on-screen time, and the Porsche here, the 913 Porsche team, Shumi Skins. M2 traffic as well. Let's see if that will affect this battle at all. The number 14 Jaguar, I believe that's double yellow flag, the double yellow motorsports, I believe. It's Anthony Victor. Yeah, that is double yellow motorsport. Oh, the Jaguar is such... Why didn't they continue some kind of project with the Jaguar? Look at this car. Look at it. It's beautiful. Look at it. It sounds amazing as well. But unfortunately, it is considered a legacy car. They stopped. The Jaguar program stopped, I think, 2016? 2017? I think they ran this for like a season and then they stopped. And like it was like, all right, here's a car. And then, all right, we're gone. If I remember correctly. Or I might be thinking about the Lotus. My brain is mush right now. Because for some reason, I just can't remember that. Yellow flag for Bautista, who's in the middle of a battle, trying to catch up to Gabriel in front of him. Gabriel in the 275 Ferrari in front of him. That is the legacy Ferrari. Bautista in the modern Porsche. But as we said before at the beginning of this race, there is no difference between the GT3s. They are allowed to battle and fight each other to the bitter end if they so choose. We're going to keep an eye on this battle because this battle is brewing. A little bit of M2 traffic happening here, and the M2s are allowed to continue on the line they so choose, especially if they are in front. So the M2 here on our screen does not have to get out of the way for these battling GT3 drivers. Even though they are battling for position, the M2s do have a right of way. On our screen, a driver is unfortunately given a stop go 30, and I believe that is for pit lane violation. I do not believe our just willingly. Yes, that is a stop and go 30 for speeding in the pits for the number 321 Aston Martin there on our screen. That's driven by Zoltan Kedves. In the pits though, serving it, so not a problem. Moving up the standings to show some love to our leader here, Clive Bixby, the number 1 Bentley for QRT Esports in P1 still. Nice little cushion. Almost a minute ahead of P2. And basically a minute ahead, 57 seconds ahead of the P2 driver. So a very commanding lead that they have right now. As long as they can keep this for the next 4 hours, they should be good to go. In P2, we have Camilo Otto for Falcon Sim Racing, number 373 Ferrari. And in P3, rounding off our podium right now, Hajo Horman, number 830 Bentley for QRT Esports. The QRT dudes love their Bentleys, huh? I'm gonna have to find out what their secret is with the Bentley. I'm being yelled at by the camera dudes that there is a huge battle going on. The Porsche almost clipping the back of the Jaguar coming into that turn there. We do have a Bentley that is in front of them, and I believe that Bentley is going to be blue flagged traffic. That is the number 187, I believe. Yeah, that's the number 187. So they are blue flagged. And they should be giving the space and position to the two battling drivers in front of him. However, it does look like the Bentley's going to stay on their line. And this is the Bentley of Tom Newart, undesignated drivers. We do see a Ferrari in the background as well. I believe that's the Ferrari of Tim White. No, excuse me. Tim White is on the other screen. We're looking at... Excuse me, that's Jack. That's Jack Cruz. So this is the three-way battle, actually, between Anthony, Victor, Nojas, and Jack there. The Jaguar, the red Porsche, and the white Ferrari. The orange Bentley, blue flag there. So they are supposed to be giving way and giving space to the rest of the drivers, letting them go on the inside. They like to take the racing line on the outside, however. Oh, some contact happening between the Porsche and the Jaguar. And now with the Ferrari capitalizing on the mistake that the Jaguar made, or that between the Jaguar and the Porsche, now moving up a spot. Jaguar moving down 2. So Anthony Victor Cheppel moving down 2 spots in the P16, losing those positions to the number 913 and to the number 488. Batista almost getting a great run against Gabriel in the blue Ferrari in front. Batista in the Porsche here, in the black and orange Porsche on our screen here. Keeping an eye on this battle as well, because they do like to accordion between each other, so they'll get real close and then something, I don't know, one of the drivers will touch their tire into the dirt and slow down, and it'll create a gap again. into the braking zone. Both cars come in now. Again, the Porsche make a nice little switchback. No, Gabriel stays out in front with that Ferrari. I believe that might... I apologize, I cannot read this language, but I believe you are... FSC, you were trying to say that my mic was muted? Thank you. It was muted, but I just a little, let y'all in on a little secret. I have a roommate, and she's 8 pounds, furry, and she meows a lot. So I had to mute so y'all wouldn't get destroyed by the meowing. Batista still on the back of Gabriel. Gabriel in the 275 Ferrari there in the front. That nice light blue. What kind of... is that? It's like a teal blue? The nice two-tone blue, green, green-blue, styrofoam, blue-green, however you want to call it, Ferrari in front of the modern Porsche 992 that we have in front of us. Remember, between the Porsches and the... excuse me, not the Porsches. Between the modern GT3s and the legacy GT3s, on the track, we can see that there are number plate differences, but that is only for the drivers to see on their relatives, just the type of car. In the standings and for points, the GT3 drivers are all fighting each other for position. So yes, Wendy, there was a problem with the mic, but it was kind of on purpose. Sorry. Hayes Green in the Hayes Motorsport McLaren right on the back bumper. The Jaguar is able to make it into the inside, dives in deep into the inside, making that Jaguar go round the outside, deep, more. Oh, there's a little bit of mayhem in the front. And does that allow Hayes? That allows Hayes to get in the front. And I believe that was the battle that we were just watching between those two drivers in Batista and Nojas. And yeah, unfortunately, both of them win off track. I don't know. Sorry, not Batista, Nojas. That was Nojas and the Jaguar, I believe. Batista's fighting Gabriel. Excuse me. Still on the back bumper out of the way. Gets a nice exit. Way better exit than the Ferrari now. Is the Porsche able to out-drag the Ferrari? And it does look like it does. The screaming inline 5. Engine. Able to pass now. But a nice little switch back there by Gabriel. Might be taking that position back. Oh, some contact. Well, that's totally fine. Rubbing is racing. A quick little dive to the inside makes Batista go wide on the entrance and pushes him a little bit farther than he would have liked to have. Left the door open, but Gabriel was not able to capitalize on that mistake. Thank you, Wendy. We'll look into this right away. Richard in the number 66 Mercedes AMG on our screen, right on the back bumper of Hayes. In front of him in the number 15 McLaren. 3 hours and 56 minutes left in this race here. Our 6-hour endurance at the Nurburgring GP, brought to you by Odyssey Racing League. We're going to take a quick little break. Fix this audio issue for you and get right back to the action. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. And we are back from our quick little intermission. Now, looking at the track conditions, the track is now optimum, as we can see from the top right of our screen. So that does mean that it is maximum grip on the track for the drivers. The rain went away, and it is now dry. However, there may be rain in the forecast. There's still 3 hours and 54 minutes left in this endurance race here. Multi-class endurance race, I might add. We do have some different types of GT3s. We do have the modern GT3s, which are considered 2018 and newer, with the exception of certain cars. And the legacy GT3s, which are on our screens, if we can see them on the left side, the number plates will have a silver background. Those are the legacy GT3s. And these are the GT3s that are 2017 and older, if I remember the year correctly. We can see two of them on our screen now, the Ferrari 488 GT3s, which were phased out for the newer 296 GT3. I believe the 488 is modeled after the 488 Italia. That may be incorrect, though, because I do know that Ferrari has, like, They have like they have special project cars too, like SP somethings, and those cars are also pretty similar to the GT3s that I've seen, or like the GT cars that they have. So we did have a BMW go off on the screen earlier, and I believe that was the BMW here, the number 127 BMW driven by Leander. But Brett Bailey, right on the back bumper of that BMW, is not going to let them any breathing room as soon as they came back onto the track. So we're going to see if the Pegassi Motorsport Lamborghini can get past this BMW here. Some great battling happening between all of these drivers. Anthony less than half a second behind Richard in the AMG in front of the Porsche, also trying to battle between the Jaguar, the yellow Jaguar. The yellow Jaguar makes a diving move onto the inside, takes the position away from the AMG, and the Porsche also decided to sneak in there, bumping and contacting between the AMG and the Porsche. But that between you and me, race fans, that looks like a racing incident, because I don't think the AMG saw that Porsche there. But a great dive from the Jaguar, able to take that position away from Richard. The Jaguar driven by Nogis moving up into P15, Richard into P16, and that does still leave. Excuse me. Yeah, Anthony Cheppel in the Jaguar P14, Richard P15, Nogis P16. However, all of these guys less than half a second between each other, so they're going to keep battling until the bitter end. And we do have Hayes not too far off, smelling blood in the water. So if any mistakes happen between any of these drivers, Hayes will come right on through and take that spot away. Richard Harknett with the inside line and the AMG able to take that spot away from the Jaguar. Now Richard taking that spot back is going to have to defend not against one, not against two, but against three cars behind him in a Legacy GT3. So let's see how this happens. The Porsche electing to take the inside line. The Jaguar also giving a little head bob there, but not letting them pass. Porsche still trying to stay on the back bumper of that Jaguar, who's trying to stay as close as they can to Richard in the front of that pack there. That is an off track for the Jaguar. Fortunately, eating a little bit too much curb there. Gonna keep an eye on this battle really quick, because we can definitely see something brewing. Let's see if we can get a good angle coming into the turn one. Is anybody gonna elect to go for a dive again? No dives. Synchronized turn one between all parties involved. Hajo with the 5-second time penalty, not allowing that to affect his mentality. Right on the back bumper of Camilo Otto. Camilo in P2, Hajo in P3. They have been relatively cemented in P2 and P3 so far. However, this next couple of turns could be the difference between P2 and P3 for the rest of the race. Keeping an eye on the other battle still. The Jaguar losing the spot to Nogis. So, no, actually contact between both drivers. So it looks like Richard might be getting away a little bit scot-free, because both Nogis and Anthony in the 913 and the 301 have relatively been pushed down and have a relatively big gap between them and Richard now. QRT Esports, Hajo Hortman making a move on the inside, dives, makes it happen. Is the Ferrari able to take that spot back? He is not, and that is a P2 for Hajo. Coming up some traffic though, is that going to be a problem? It doesn't look like it. Going a little bit wide into this turn. Is Hajo able to keep the spot? The Ferrari trying to get as close as possible and stay as fast as they can to stay on that back bumper. But it looks like Hajo takes that spot away from Camilo. In P12, Brett Bailey for Pegassi Motorsport, still trying to catch up to that BMW in front of him. BMW putting on a defensive show here. But another battle. Hayes now catching up to Anthony. Is Anthony going to take the inside line and not allow the switchback to happen? Let's see. Getting a nice little squeeze into the turn. Hayes pushing the McLaren all the way to the outside, but is able to get the inside on the next turn, and that is Hayes Green for Hayes Motorsport, moving up a spot into P16. We are keeping an eye. Anthony Cheppel on the back bumper of Hayes, not letting him breathe. Is Hayes going to make a mistake? Can Anthony capitalize? Antony capitalize on that mistake? It's going to be so close. Brett Bailey still on the back bumper of Leander. A little squirrely exit from Brett. Oh no, I'm speaking way too loud. Okay. Hopefully there will be no more commentator's curse. I have been blessed by by my cat who has licked me on the forehead, so that means we will have no more commentator's curse. All right, let's go, Hayes. Throwing up a little bit of that kitty dirt after putting their left side tires into the grass there. Might be slowing them down a little bit, so that's going to be a little bit of a detriment to the top end speed here on the start finish straight. Still a battle in front and involved. Hayes still involved in the battle. The 301 Jaguar behind him battling for position. Two cars in front of them, that red Porsche and the black and gold Mercedes AMG also battling for position. All four of these drivers have been driving exceptional today, in my opinion. In my humble opinion, excuse me. 3 hours, 45 minutes left in this race, though, so anything can happen. Positions can change. Cars can DNF. And an excellent inside move being made by Hayes, taking that spot away from that red Porsche, who unfortunately took a little bit, just went either too deep or just left the door wide open, and Hayes just went right on through. The AMG of Richard Harknett in the front, letting that BSR M2 know, hey, a lot of traffic coming up in the way, just letting you know. Hayes Green getting an excellent run coming out of the Schumacher S's as well. We're on the back bumper of the Mercedes AMG. We did see the Jaguar in the back take a little bit of a vacation into the dirt there. However, they're back on track now. They're going to keep doing their race. So, as a reminder, almost contact between both drivers. Unfortunately, the AMG gets a little squirrely on the exit from hitting the sausage curbs, and the McLaren just coming in a little bit too hot, almost just smashes into the back bumper of that AMG. Now, as a reminder, this is a multi-class race, so there are modern GT3s and legacy GT3s. And speaking of modern and legacy, the 66 AMG driven by Richard Harknett is a legacy GT3, and the McLaren that is on our screen now that took away that P14 position away from Richard, driven by Hayes Green for Hayes Motorsport, is a modern GT3. What happened? What's the commentator? What the heck is up with the commentator's curse? I thought it went away. I was told if I get blessed by my cat by getting licked on the forehead, then the curse will go away. I let it happen, and the curse is still here. What? Okay, excuse me, enough about my rant. This is a multi-class race, GT3s, modern and legacy GT3s, and M2s are also on the track. We'll be showing the M2s some love as well. In P1 for the M2 so far, Mike Burkhoff for Baller Squad Racing. P2 is Luke Lazama for Odyssey Racing League. Or Odyssey Esports, excuse me, in the 615 M2. And in the 274 M2, it's driven by Chase Jones, which is the Baller Squad Racing M2 teammate. But there is a prize pool for the winner of the M2s and the winner of the Legacy GT3s. That is a $50 prize pool for the winner. And we're able to have these prize pools due in part to our Patreons. So we do have a Patreon, patreon.com/Odyssey Racing League, where if you actually join our patronage, that helps us run our leagues. All the monies that we receive and donations from Patreon, from YouTube, or anywhere else that we receive donations from, go straight back into the league. Server costs, prize pools, collaboration events, anything that we can do to bring more racing to you. Being part of our Patreon is just one of the steps that you can join us. You can also join us on Discord, on our Discord, discord.com or discord.gg/Odyssey Racing League, excuse me. Or you can find us on the SimGrid, simgrid.com/host/Odyssey Racing League. As well, I wanted to give a quick shout out to our Patreons because they are able to help make this event and all of the other events similar to this possible, as well as helping us bring these prize pools to you. So just a quick shout out to our Patreons. We have Caden Hudson, Sven Groot, Marcos Pimentel, Julius Tan, Nate Schreiber, Abdul Raoul, Steve Sloan, Jose Hernandez, Bill Papa, Robbie Sorta Asian, Neil Barabos, Joel Price, and Joe Kaiser. Thank you so much for your patronage. It is in part because of you that we are able to put on events and have these prize pools for the drivers here. Thank you so much for your patronage. If you would also like to be added onto that list, you're more than welcome to join us at patreon.com/Odyssey Racing League. There is a link in the chat for you there. Three hours and 40 minutes left. It does look like the drivers are going to start winding down their stint timers. Yes, so plus 15 seconds, unfortunately, to the number 275 Ferrari for Baller Squad Racing in P10 there. For the M2s, doing pretty well so far. P1 for Baller Squad Racing and the M2s, as well as P3. However, 3 minutes. My brain is, I'm a time traveler. My brain is in the future. 3 hours and 39 minutes left in this race. Baller Squad Racing doing a pretty good job, having a commanding lead in the M2s. Mike Vasquez in the Mercedes AMG in that is that aquamarine? I can't tell the difference between teal and aquamarine, and I am so sorry. I think one of them is green based and one of them is blue based, so technically one color is green blue and the other color is blue green. I can't remember which one's which. But the AMG in front of us, the number 3 AMG in P7, battling right now with the P8 driver, the number 310 Audi on our screen, driven by Jan Butcher. the number 310 Audi for Belgian Audi Club Team WRT. Less than a second behind the AMG, the number 3 AMG. Giving a little bit of love to our race leader here, Clive Bixby in the QRT Esports number 1 Bentley here. There is a second QRT Esports Bentley, and that is actually in P2 right now. This is the number 830 Bentley, driven by Hajo Horman. And to round off our podium right now, if the race were to finish right here, right now, it is P3 for Camilo Otto for Falcon Sim Racing. Relatively, not a huge gap between P2 and P3, about 8 seconds. However, between P2 and P1, it is a minute and 10-second difference between the drivers. So Clive in a huge commanding lead. It does look like the weather is going to be dry for the next hour or so. Hopefully it stays dry. I'll let y'all in on the secret. I am not a huge fan of rain racing. I like driving in the rain in real life. It's actually super nice, super relaxing. But racing in the rain, my brain, my hands, my feet, and my brain just do not connect. I just don't know what to do in the rain. It doesn't make sense. But if you were in my shoes, it would make sense that I don't know how to make sense. But looking back at our screen, have some battles that are starting to hopefully unfold here on our screen between Jan and Mike. There's a bigger gap between them now, about 1.5 seconds. There was less than a second between them, and then a little bit of traffic just increased that. Richard actually on the defense, coming into the chicane, having to defend against that red Porsche behind him, the number 913 Porsche in P16 for the Shumi Skins Porsche, driven by Nojas. Right on the back bumper of that AMG, is able to out-drag it though. Let's see what happens. It's a drag race to turn 1. On the inside now, the Porsche is going to brake later. He does not brake later, and he gives the position to the AMG. Blue flag out in front, so that is an M2. So it's going to be causing a little bit of a disturbance between this battle here. However, let's see who can capitalize on the traffic that is in front of them. Traffic in an endurance race, in an endurance multi-class race, traffic can actually be a beneficiary to you if you know how to work around it and work with it.
Excuse me.
Hopefully that didn't go through the mic. I burped and sneezed at the same time. I don't know how that happened. Oh, that is... I looked away for a half a second. I think I spoke too loud, and that is unfortunately Richard Harknett, the number 66 Mercedes AMG, going off the track there, taking a small vacation in the sand, and that is going to allow Nogus to take that go-ahead P15 spot. We will now be starting the quiet. Actually, we were about to start it, but then a bit of an interesting rejoin and a bumper bump to boot. Number 7, or the P7 Audi, and it does look like the 296. Yeah, so that's the 296 McLaren. Unfortunately, went off track there and did probably an unsafe rejoin. I'm gonna let the stewards decide that, actually 100%. But from the angle that we saw, that was a little bit of an unsafe rejoin, almost into the side of the 310 Audi here, and then into the braking zone, almost into the back bumper. That was a super interesting turn of events here. But we are reaching that time of the day where we're going to be going into what I like to call race mode. So we are going to be cutting the commentator part of the broadcast for a little bit and giving you some nice sights and sounds of the race as it is going on right now. 3 hours and 30 minutes left in the race. We're going to give you a nice little 30 minutes or so of race sounds, and we will be right back with more commentating and broadcasting right after this. And we are back, racing fans. Hope you enjoyed that broadcaster slash commentator free curse. Curse free broadcast. Give you all some of the nice sights and sounds of the racing action here at Odyssey Racing League. Here in our 6-hour endurance race, the Nurburgring GP. Multi-class endurance event. Interesting battles that did happen on our screen. I unfortunately was not able to commentate those. We had a very concerning meeting with the camera people, as well as there was a fire in the pit lane, and as me being the only person on the fire brigade, I had to go put that fire out. Because unfortunately, somebody thought it was a bright idea to start a fire in the pit lane so they can keep their tires warm. Not a good idea. Not a good idea at all. Right now, on board with Johannes Langferman for Schweitzer Racing. This is the number 781 Lamborghini Huracan Evo. There's so many Evo. Like, they just call it like Evo, or it's like Evo 2 or something. I joke all the time when I call it like quadruple Evo or triple Evo. Just looking at our leaders for the race still. We're going to be going through the GT3 leaders and then talking a little bit about the M2 leaders as well. So in P1, Nico Hanke, the QRT Esports number 1 Bentley in P1 still. In P2, the second QRT Esports Bentley. This is the 830 Bentley, driven by Leon Wessels. And 3, not too far off behind them, Rainer Zochling for the Falcon Sim Racing 373 Ferrari there on our screen. That's the top 3 for our GT3s. And if we look at our M2s, Baller Squad Racing still in the lead, the number 696 M2, driven by Kobe McVeigh. Do have the Odyssey Racing League M2 right behind them, driven by Clayton Filsinger in the 615 M2 specifically. And the Baller Squad Racing teammate in P3, number 274 M2, driven by Matteo Massini. In P3 for the M2s. 3 hours and 6 minutes left in this exciting endurance race here at the Nurburgring GP, brought to you by Odyssey Racing League. Now that the temperatures and the temperature has gone up a little bit and the track has dried up, starting to see a lot quicker times now. Specifically, our P1 leader, Nico, in the number 1 Bentley, has the fastest time on track, 154.337. Which, if I remember correctly, the fastest time, like alien times that are considered alien times on track, which are the fastest times possible that people have reached so far, is 152.4. So not that far off from alien time Nico is. And he's about 1 second quicker than the rest of the drivers in the podium positions. Leon in P2 and Rainer in P3, both at 155. Now, this is a 6-hour endurance race, as I've been screaming and ranting and raving about all day. So this is our 6-hour multi-class endurance race. We try to hold, or by we I mean Odyssey Racing League, we try to hold at least one endurance race a month. It's not really technically a series. It's just we allow you, the drivers, and you, the community, to decide the track, how long, and if you want this to be multi-class race or not, and what kind of classes you want part of that multi-class. Today is Nurburgring 6 hours. We do have a league starting up very soon, so we do have season 15 of Odyssey Racing League. There have been 14 incredible seasons so far, and we are starting up our 15th season this upcoming week. So starting January, I believe it is 8th. No, 6th, because the 6th is Tuesday. So starting 6th, January 6th is season 15, round 1. And I'll actually be talking a little bit more about that right here. So we do have season 15. Depending on where you are in the world, you're more than welcome to join any one of our leagues. We do have a GT Americas and a GT Europe league. However, you're not region locked to a specific league. So if you would like to join us in Europe and you live in Americas, or you'd like to join the American sessions but you live in Europe, you're more than welcome to. It is a 6-round season. They're all 45-minute sprints except for 2 specific races, the 1st and the 5th, which will be 1 hour long. Mandatory pit stop. Tires are not mandatory, but fuel is required. And just to give you a little bit more information on this as well. So we have GT Americas that starts Thursdays at 9 p.m. Eastern. We have GT Europe on Sunday starting at 8 p.m. CEST. These are all GT3 races, modern GT3s only in these 2 leagues. And our 3rd league, which is called GT Americas After Hours, but is technically anyone can join, remember. It is Tuesdays at 9 p.m. PST. So this one is our multi-class race, which will be modern GT3s and legacy GT3s. And they all follow the same schedule, the schedule right here. So it's going to be running from January 6th all the way to February 16th. Will be season 15. Hope to see you there. If you would like to connect with us and learn more about season 15 or even our future seasons, you can join us on discord.gg/Odyssey Racing League. You can follow our socials there, or keep it locked in here to YouTube as well, because we're going to be streaming every single race. Now back to the racing action. Still on board with Brett Bailey here in the Pegassi Motorsport Lamborghini. Right on the back bumper of Adam Westland in the teal colored or aquamarine color, however you like to I'm so bad at colors. The green, blue, green Ferrari. Do see some time penalties also still on the track, and with that we are halfway through our race. There's about 2 more stints left to go. Actually 3, because we're in the middle of one right now. A little bit of traffic happening in front of Adam there, so we're gonna see if Bailey can catch up to the Ferrari here and stay on the back bumper. Is he able to do it? Yes, he elects to go on the inside, but there's not a lot of space there. Elects to go on the outside now. The Ferrari sticking in the middle to make sure that the Lamborghini can get past. Coming out of the turn now, is the Lamborghini able to get a better exit? He did, but unfortunately puts both of the right side tires into the grass and dirt, and that's going to slow him down just enough for the Ferrari to get it to stay in front there at the chicane. Oh yeah, dude, I can't imagine how tough a stint that was for you, Richard. Multi-class racing is always tough. Endurance racing is tough. Multi-class racing is tough. Endurance multi-class racing is even tougher. It's tough for both sides, in my opinion. I don't think one side has it easier. And by side, I mean, depending on the class, either slower class or faster class. Like, I think they both have it hard. Keeping an eye on Arson here, who looks like he's having a little bit of difficulty closing the gap there against Batista. Less than a second between them, but then as soon as he got within that half a second mark, he ate a little bit too much of the dirt on the outside, and that slowed him down. Nice cheeky move on the inside. Is he able to beat him out in the drag race? Coming into turn one now. The 296 McLaren on the inside. Does he stick and keep the inside? He does. The Porsche goes really wide out, but this is going to be a nice little switchback by the 992. Driven by Batista there. Lexus stay on the outside, however, really wide on the outside, and just gives all that space to the McLaren. So the McLaren's going to be able to keep on the inside and keep the nice racing line tucked into himself. 992 Porsche, again, unfortunately, going a little bit too far wide out in the Mercedes arena. And that's going to be pushing them behind Arson. And now Arson taking that P8 spot, excuse me, away from Batista. My screen is lighting up orange, which means that drivers are starting to battle it out. Right now on our screen, Julian Bersher in P4, the number 36 BMW, right on the back bumper of the number 373 Ferrari, driven by Rainer Zochling. Rainer in P3, relatively strong P3 throughout most of those races. However, with that 5-second time penalty that's handed out to him, that's going to be pushing him back down into P4, and Julian is going to be taking that P3 spot away from Reiner, unless something happens, and something did happen between these two drivers. Christian Buscher and Johannes switching positions. Johannes losing that position, moving down into P7. Christian into P6 now. The Audi in front. This is the legacy Audi as well. So the Audi Lamborghini cousin battle is still happening on our screen, and it's happening with a distant relative of the Audi, not even the modern Audi that we have right now. Saucy Nugget, those AMGs are so effing sick. I do agree. The AMGs are really sick. If I believe correctly, please let me know if I get this wrong in the comments. The older GT3, AMG GT3, so not the non-Evo, is like an SLS chassis or like an SLK. It's like the smaller chassis. While the AMG GT3 Evo is the super, super big one. And the GT4, of course, is the even smaller one. But I can't remember. Like, there's like a difference. It's either the grille or the chat. Like, they changed something with the Evo and the other one. But I do agree, a very nice looking car. Very clean. Something also very clean happening. Adam Westland for Baller Squad Racing, trying to make a dive around the outside, around the M2 traffic as well, trying to take that spot away from Bailey, who's, Brett Bailey, yeah, who's in the number 725 Pegasi Motorsport Lamborghini. Brett Bailey now still in P10. Adam Westland, P11. Richard Harknett, you got some bad sag noise. Yes, we will be fixing that audio right now. Don't go anywhere, and we will be right back. And we are back, racing fans. When we left, Julian was on the back bumper of that Ferrari, and we came back, and he is still glued to that back bumper. A little bit of traffic now, so this might quench the fire a little bit, but I don't see that happening anytime soon. There's a Porsche out in front as well, so that's going to be a blue flag traffic for this battle that's happening in front of us. We're back, racing fans. I do apologize for these intermittent technical difficulties, but it's unfortunately something that is unforeseen, and we have to take care of it right away. But we are back with some more racing action. 2 hours and 42 minutes left in our 6-hour endurance race. But a lot of time has gone by so far, and it looks like the top 5 or 6 drivers haven't really changed all that much. I do see that Thiago, the number 3 AMG in the P5 position, did have a penalty early on, and he was thrown down to, I believe it was like P10 or P11, and now they are back up to P5, so great job for them. That is going to put them right now in P1 for the legacy drivers, and that's going to put him in position to take the prize, the cash prize, excuse me, for the legacy GT3 drivers. So 6-hour endurance multi-class race here, Odyssey race, presented by Odyssey Racing League here at Nurburgring GP. The winner of the legacy cars will be awarded a $50 cash prize, and the winners of the M2s will also receive a $50 USD, so 50 USD cash prize. And that does look like it's going to be moving over to Kobe McVeigh there in the Baller Squad Racing M2, who does look like to be the leader. It looks like to be leading so far with a pretty commanding lead. On different laps, both of these cars, so space is going to be granted to each other. Yeah, it looks like it's not going to be raining anytime soon as well, so a little bit of wet during qualifying. Excuse me, a little bit of wet during the practice. It was wet, and then qualifying it was pretty dry. Maybe a little bit clouds here and there, and then in the beginning, the first 30 minutes of the race were dry, and then it started raining within 45 minutes. So it was like right away towards the end, almost the end of the first stint, like 3/4 of the way through their first stint, it started raining. So a lot of the cars, drivers, and teams elected to take early pit stops, switch out their running shoes for their water shoes, their wet shoes, and their bathing suits, and got out there racing in the wet. It started raining for about an hour or so. And then after that, the drivers went back in, they changed out of their wet clothes into their dry running shoes, and back out on track. And it looks to be dry for the rest of the track as well. We can see on the top right of our screen, we see little clouds there. It shows a timer, which is now. It'll show a 10 and a 30, so 10 minutes from now and 30 minutes from now. And it does show cloudy, so it does look like there's going to be no more rain to catch out these drivers by surprise. However, an interesting, super interesting turn of events, and 696 M2 is now having to defend their P1 position away from Clayton Filsinger in the 615 M2. Clayton now choosing to stay on the racing line. The Baller Squad racing car gave way to the Ferrari, and that might slow them down a little bit and allow the Odyssey Esports car to catch right back up. These cars are fighting for position, and they are fighting for the lead. Clayton Filsinger less than half of a second behind Kobe. Kobe fastest time 2:11.555s, and Clayton's fastest time 2:10.802. So Clayton is considered a little bit faster driver here. However, just because you're faster doesn't mean that means you're a better driver. You might have worse racecraft, or you might not be able to capitalize on the mistakes or capitalize on the advantages given to you by either traffic or a mistake being by the car in front of you. Speaking of car in front of him, with the mistake, the Baller Squad Racing M2 and the Odyssey Racing League M2 side by side, door to door, coming into the turn, and it looks like Clayton might have edged out a little bit out in front, but unfortunately takes the exit a little bit wider than he might have liked, giving the BSR M2 the front wide open door and the lead again. We're on board with Kobe McVeigh. We can see a GT3 driving into the inside, and it looks like the 613 M2 unfortunately takes a little bit too deep. Takes it, yeah, way too deep, and goes wide there into turn 1. And that's going to leave Kobe a little bit more breathing room between him and Clayton there. The V12, we can see the number 321 V12 to be exact. We can see on our screen there, taking a little bit of a wider angle than he might have liked. So, however, with the speed difference between both cars, the V12 is not going to have any issues catching up and overtaking the M2s here, especially in this part of the track. Some key litter being thrown up in the back. I believe that was thrown up by Clayton. On board now with Clayton Filsinger, the 615 M2 for Odyssey Esports. As we can see from the onboard view, the M2 in front of them, the Baller Squad M2 in front of them, not too far away. If I can time this correctly, they're about 1.3 to 1.5 seconds away from each other. And that is still technically within striking distance, if you were to ask me. Any one small mistake by the Baller Squad Racing M2 in front can lead to an overtake by the 615 M2 here. Now we do have a battle brewing between P1 and P2 of the M2s. But speaking of the podium for the M2s, we do have Matteo Massini, P3 for the M2s, also a Baller Squad Racing teammate in the 274 M2, P3. Oh, battle happening. Robert Weeb for Rock Bottom Racing on the inside of the Acura, driven by Thomas. Thomas unfortunately having to get that spot up, and Thomas now in P24. Robert moving up to P23. However, the battle is still not over. Thomas within half a second of Robert. Robert in the pink Ferrari. Thomas in the Hatsune Miku Acura NSX. I believe she's a pop artist, correct? Hatsune Miku's a pop artist. I think she's part of a band. Or is she like her own band? Does that have anything? Does she have anything to do with HoloLive? I hear that a lot on the internet too. And I don't know if that's just like specifically like a brand or if that's like a conglomerate. I just don't know. But I have seen Hatsune Miku before. Hello, Hatsune. She's right there on the side of the Acura right there. Don't be alarmed, racing fans, but Hatsune is older than probably most of you here. The more the time on that clock keeps winding down, the more these time penalties are going to be hurting. Moving over to the number 66 Mercedes-AMG GT3 Evo. Excuse me, GT3, not the Evo. This is Maxime Roland for JP Motorsport. In P17 right now, Maxime with the fastest time, 156.817 for them. Not bad. Not bad. But I do keep getting sidetracked from that Patreon. So, as we were talking about the prize pool a little bit earlier, there is a $50 USD prize pool for the winners of the Legacy GT3, not modern GT3. So Legacy GT3s are the number plates with the silver background. So there's a $50 USD prize pool for the winner of that class, and for the winner of the M2 class, there is also a $50 USD prize pool. And that is brought to you in part by our Patreon and our Patreons. So here at this link, patreon.com/Odyssey Racing League, you can join and pledge your Patrons to help support our league. All the monies that we receive from Patreon donations and monies of all that sort go directly back into the league. Server costs, league promotion, prize pools, collaboration events, charities, anything that we can do to help facilitate better, more exciting, fun racing here at Odyssey Racing League, we're trying our best to do. And you can also help us out too with that, if you would like, by joining us on our Patreon. So just a quick little shout out to our patrons here. So Caden Hudson, Sven Groot, Marcos Pimentel, Julius Tan, Nate Schreiber, Abdul Rauf, Steve Sloan, Jose Hernandez, Phil Papa, Robbie Sorta Asian, Neil Baravotes, Joel Price, and Joe Kaiser. Those are our patrons. Thank you so much for your patronage and for your continued support of Odyssey Racing League. You are one of the reasons why we're able to continue having these events. So thank you so much. If you would also like to be added to that list, you can join us at patreon.com/Odyssey Racing League. There's a link in the chat. On board with Arson. Arson right on the back bumper of the Audi, trying to make a move on the inside. I don't know if that would be considered vortex of death, but I think he saw an open door that may have not been opened and or closed very quickly by the Audi there. So the Audi of Christian Buscher pushed off of the racing line and the racing surface there, and that gives the position to Arson now in P6. Christian Buscher in P7. Christian not going to be happy about that, because I also would not be happy about that. Let's see if we can get a better look at that angle as well from that incident. So a little squirrely exit for the McLaren there. The Audi out in front with a pretty sizable lead. That's about half a second between both cars. The Audi electing to take the middle line with the McLaren actually peaks on the inside. Yeah, so it may have looked like... So from this angle, what we can tell is it may have looked like the Audi elected to try to take the inside line, but either broke a little too late or something had happened in their wheel where their front end pushed to the left, if that makes sense, and it leaves what looks like a sizable gap for that McLaren there. However, the McLaren not being able to stop in time, unfortunately rams into the side of that Audi and pushes that Audi off the track. Now this is a 6-hour endurance race. However, if 6-hour endurance races aren't your fancy, and if you are a sprint kind of person, you're more than welcome to join us at Season 15 of Odyssey Racing League. We do have 2 different divisions for our leagues. We have a GT Americas division and we have a GT Europe division. Just because you are part of the Americas division or Europe division by living either in the Americas or EU does not lock you into a specific region. You are allowed to race wherever you want, as long as your connection, of course, is not a hindrance to you or the drivers around you. So we do have GT Americas and GT Europe starting relatively soon, actually starting next week. January 6th is our first race here at Odyssey Racing League Season 15, and we're actually going to talk a little bit about that really quickly. So we do have Season 15 here for Odyssey Racing League starting January 6th and ending on February 16th. 6 rounds of awesome non-stop sprint racing between the GT3 class drivers. So we do have 6 rounds, 45 minutes each, except for 2 rounds which are going to be an hour each for our Season 15. We do have a GT Americas division, which is 9 p.m. Eastern Time. GT Europe, which is Sundays at 8 p.m. CEST. And we do have something called the GT Americas After Hours, which is Tuesdays, 9 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. This is our only endurance, quote-unquote, league that we run. And it's usually after hours, so very late-night league. And it's a modern GT3s and legacy GT3s. So if you'd like to join us on sprint racing action, you can join us for sprint racing for Season 15 starting January 6th. Right now, we are going back to the action here for the Nurburgring GP 6 hours here presented by Odyssey Racing League. Johannes Langferman in the Schweitzer Racing Lamborghini in P9 right on the back bumper of Battista coming into the Schumacher S's. We're going to see if Johannes can make any moves here on Battista coming into the next braking zones here. Maybe even pass him up on the next straight. Hello, Gingerbread3232. This is the 6 hours of Nurburgring Multiclass Endurance Race in Assetto Corsa Competizione, which is a sim racing platform. Very exciting. One of my favorite I don't want to say hobby, because some people see that as like a negative term, but I'll probably use it anyway. It's one of my favorite hobbies to do. Racing is really, I find racing very enjoyable. Even if I'm not good at it, I still find something to improve every time, and that's what I find enjoyment in, improving every time and getting better. Also, multi-class racing is just so much fun. Zipping by the slower cars, or if you're a slower car, watching the faster cars just zip on by you. Super cool. I can gush about it all day, honestly. But we're keeping an eye on the rest of the tree, looking at the orange numbers, making sure that any battles that happen, we do have them appear on our screen. Speaking of battles, somebody that hasn't had to battle basically all day. The only thing he's had to battle was traffic, is Nico Handke. Nico in P1, the number 1 Bentley. I keep almost saying Mercedes AMG, but that is a Bentley. It's basically almost the same thing, right? Oh no, wait, that's Maybach. Yeah, excuse me. No, I get Maybach and Bentley mixed up. Excuse me. So the Bentley Continental here, the number 1 Bentley Continental, driven by Nico Handke for QRT Esports. Very strong commanding lead, and basically hasn't left the lead since, if I remember correctly. I think maybe during the during one of the pit stops, they lost P1, but then the next couple laps they just gained it back. And honestly, a very strong showing, not for just the Bentleys themselves, but QRT Esports team in general as well, because P2, about almost 2 minutes behind Nico, is one of his teammates, Leon Wessels. The number 830 Bentley. Not too far off, and in a commanding P2 as well. I apologize. There was a gremlin trying to break into the studio. Gremlins aren't allowed before 9 p.m. On board with Maxime, who's trying to go around the outside of the Jaguar, is able to make it past. Maxime putting half of his car on the outside, but getting super close to the Jaguar. They're pushing him a little bit wide, but able to make the move stick, and that is Maxime rolling into P16. Jacob not too far off behind them, though. The double yellow motorsport Jaguar trying to make a name for itself. Unfortunately, I spoke a little bit too loud, maybe, and scared the kitty cat here in the Jaguar, and unfortunately that pushes them into the dirt section of the chicane there, which slows you down very heavily. Keep an eye on the rest of the tree. It looks like everything has settled down a little bit. No skirmishes happening out there on the battlefield. So we're going to take a quick look over at the M2s really quickly. Still in first place, Kobe McVeigh for Baller Squad Racing Team and the number 696 M2. In P2, not that far off behind him, their teammate, the 274 Baller Squad Racing M2. And in P3, Ricardo McKing, the QRT Esports M2. It's your top 3 for the M2s there. The BMW, one of the only cars I think that doesn't have an older version of itself. If I remember correctly, the BMW M4 GT3 is the GT3 platform for BMW starting in 2020. Before 2020, it wasn't an M4. I think it was the M6 GT3, and it's like a bigger. It's a wider base. Like it's a fatter car. Like it's a fat car. The M6. And even before that, I think it was an even smaller car. I believe it was the Z. It's not Z06. That's Corvette. It was like the Z3 or the Z4. It was a very, very small BMW. It was like a... I know these are two doors, right? But it was literally like a two-seater. Like, it was like a super tiny BMW, if I remember correctly. And that was one even before that. So they went through, I think, 3 different chassis. Yeah, I think it was like different chassis, and they just like went through different chassis compared to like Mercedes, where they kept the same chassis. Like Audi literally kept the same chassis, I believe. Oh, a little bit of weird interaction between the M2s and the GT3s there. Rayverd Boris, how did the M2 overtake a GT3? Honestly, I have no idea. But some of our M2 drivers are actually really fast. Like, I don't know if they're specifically fast in the M2 because I haven't seen them in the M2 yet, 100%. But I know there are some drivers just by their names that I've seen them here as regulars. They're very fast in GT3s, if not the top contenders in GT3. So they're they're having a little bit of fun in the M2s, and maybe, who knows, might be a little bit of a driver difference. Skill issue. When do we get the M6 minus 200 kilogram BOP? Honestly, I wish we'd get that right now, because the M6, in my opinion, is a lot nicer sounding and probably... No, I'm not gonna say better handling. The M4 handles like on rails. Like, it's probably one of the easiest cars to handle in Assetto Corsa Competizione. But the M6 is a fan favorite. It's one of my favorites as well. So minus 200 kilograms would be awesome. Except I don't even think that's physically possible inside of this game. I think the max you could give it is minus 40. So even if we wanted to give it minus 200, I don't even think we're allowed to. Like, the game just won't accept it. So yeah, that is the M4 chassis for the BMW. Leon Wessel's on our screen now. Moving over to Chase Jones, who just left the pit. That was the Baller Squad M2, one of the Baller Squad M2s going into the pits that had a little bit of a tussle there with Julian Bersher, who's on our screen here. Cars are going to start going into the pits to finish off their stint timers. So we're going to be seeing some tree movement. Keep an eye on Arson here. Arson, the 296 McLaren NP5, 5-second time penalty. Not super painful, that 5 seconds. More painful would be the 10, and even more the 15. And goodness forbid you get a drive-through right now. Or, oh, speaking of getting a drive-through, the 127 BMW unfortunately hitting the back of the number 830 QRT Bentley, and the QRT Bentley unfortunately goes back onto the track with an unsafe rejoin, hits another car, and almost takes out their teammate in the number 1 QRT Bentley. Oh my goodness. So carnage there coming out of the exit of turn 5, I believe. That is right after the Mercedes arena. That is turn 5. Yes. So turn 6. So turn 6 right, almost getting into Ford curve. It looks like just the BMW just goes right into the back of that Bentley. And I don't know, it's because of maybe they saw an open door that wasn't particularly open wide enough, or they just decided, the heck with it. 2 hours left, let's send it. But the stewards are not going to look favorably upon any dives like that, and are going to hand out penalties accordingly. Almost some QRT on QRT violence going on there between the Bentley GT3 and the M2 there. However, the M2 giving up space so Leon can get by. Leon with an AMG right on his back bumper. However, they're not fighting for position, so there shouldn't be too much of an aggressive play between them. Plus 69-second penalty, please. I believe so. We can't do 9 seconds, right? We can only do like, it's like 5s and 10s. However, to give 69 seconds, that might be something like a stop and go or like a drive-through, and that might be enough for 69 seconds. 69 seconds is probably a stop and go 30, honestly. So they'll have to go to the pits, they'll have to stop in their pit lane, wait 30 seconds, and then they can leave. So if you add that time, the 30 seconds, plus the time it takes for you to get into the pit and out of the pit, that's probably almost a minute. That might be close to those 69 seconds penalties that you're asking for there. Chandler Williams on our screen for Please Break Turn 1. The number 3 AMG in P2 for the Legacy cars. Trying to catch up to Christian Buscher, the number 310 Audi, who's in original pole for the Legacy cars. Luke Lozama right now in the lead for the M2s. 2 hours, 9 minutes left. Is he going to be able to capitalize and hold on to that lead? I really hope so. American British Racing Green. Yeah, it looked like it, right? Is that what that color is? It's more like it's like a teal aquamarine. Like, I can't, like, I'm bad with those two colors. I can't tell which one's which. Like, I know one is green, like it's green blue, and the other one's blue green, but I can't. That's literally what I say when people ask me that. I go, I just start like spazzing out. A little bit of changes here and there happening on the tree, but that is from the pit stops and the driver swaps that are happening right now. So it's going to be settling a little bit. It's going to be settling down a little bit later. In about 5 minutes or so, everything's going to be settled down nice and even, and we might see some battles starting to sprout around the GP circuit here. Remember, this is the Odyssey Racing League 6 hours of Nurburgring multi-class endurance race. There are modern GT3s, so these are GT3s from the year 2018 and newer. And we have the Legacy GT3s, which are 2017 and older. Bar a couple of exceptions for the 2018 section and 2017 section, or the two sections. There was like a couple cars here and there that were moved just based on them still being relatively strong, even though they're older cars. And we also have the M2s, as we can see on the screen there, that BMW in the middle. The BMW in the front is the M4 GT3, and the one in the back is the M2 CS Cup Car Competition Series. And there is a prize pool specifically for the Legacy GT3s, which is at $50, 50 USD. And we also have prize pool for the M2s, which is $50 USD as well. So the winning teams will be receiving those prize pools and walking away $50 richer. We are going to be going to a quick intermission. We'll be right back with more racing action brought to you by Odyssey Racing. Hello, Perp40. This is Assetto Corsa Competizione, also known as ACC. If you've ever heard of the game Assetto Corsa as well, this is basically the GT3 racing version of that game. This is primarily GT3s. There's also GT4s, GT2s, and some Cup Series cars as well. Right now, we are in the middle of our 6-hour endurance race. We're a little bit more than past that, actually. 2 hours and 4 minutes left. And this is the Nurburgring GP circuit. So yes, please don't go anywhere, but we'll be right back. We are back, racing fans. There is a battle brewing between Jan Butcher and Andre. Andre in the McLaren right behind that Audi, and that Audi's trying to get a nice little run coming into the braking zone. Is he able to stay out in front with that Bentley back marker in the way? He is. The McLaren able to get a nice little inside move there, pushing the Audi on the outside, making a nice little move, and is able to get alongside and a way better run along the straight here. So let's see if the McLaren can keep out in front. However, the Audi is a little powerhouse with that V10 engine in it, so we'll see if the Audi can come into the braking zone on the inside. No, it likes to stay behind the McLaren and will stay on the racing line, making sure that there's no incident between these two. Very smart driving by both of these drivers in their respective corners. Andre able to get a nice little cushion between them. Boris saying Porshakov not in a Porsche criminal. I just noticed. I just saw that too. I get it. That's a good one. You caught that one way before I did. I'm also probably pronouncing that wrong too. So like with my American pronunciations, I do apologize. Anyone watching these back, if I say your name wrong, please don't be afraid to message me in our Discord and let me know how bad I butchered your name. You're more than welcome to yell at me. We're talking about some of the battles brewing on the track, and a skirmish is happening now in front of us. Luke Lizama in the orange and blue M2 out in front, defending against the Baller Squad Racing white and blue M2 right there in the middle of our screen. The 696 M2 is trying to catch up to Luke Lizama there in front in the 615. However, there is a small little cushion of a second between them, and it doesn't help that the GT3s are going to start getting in the way of this battle. GT Racer saying BSR for the win. have another Baller Squad Racing fan in the chat. Don't be afraid to shout out your favorite teams. If you like any liveries, don't be afraid to let us know. We'd love to give them more screen time. I'm going to keep heavy eyes on this battle, though, because this is the battle for the lead in the M2s on the same lead lap, right behind each other, bumper to bumper, grill to back to, I was going to say splitter, but that's a diffuser. Bumper to diffuser on the outside is the Baller Squad Racing M2, able to go around the outside, like Slim Shady, but unfortunately he's not able to do it, but stays right on the back bumper of the Odyssey M2. And is that going to be able to give him a nice little slipstream coming into the Schumacher S? Is right on the back bumper, hitting a little bit of the inside curb on the left, and then on the right, we're going to see if these cars are able to make any much of a speed difference between each other to see if there could be a gap closing or opening between them. We do see a Lamborghini Huracan right there in the background catching up to the M2s. That is, I believe, the GT3 Evo, and that is on the inside. The Lamborghini making a move, pushing the M2 off the track, and I believe that is not going to be looked favorably by the stewards on that Lamborghini. As always, remember, racing fans, you always have to leave it a space, especially in a multi-class race when you're coming in too wide into the chicane. You have to leave it a space. Yeah, sometimes you just misjudge the spacing and the timing, and you just misjudge it a little, and it unfortunately causes an incident. Hey man, we're all humans. It happens. Chin up. And just keep going. Yes, I would say that was an eye-opener from the Lamborghini there. Interesting choice to dive and try to take over there. Could have just waited until the end of that turn into the Coca-Cola turn, the last turn. Coca-Cola curve, excuse me. Or just waited until the straight. Oh, we do have a Ferrari looking backwards onto the track. That is a number 13 Ferrari. I believe that is the pink Ferrari of Tim White. Yeah, so Tim White is driving the pink Ferrari and unfortunately was turned around there, waving by at everybody as they drove by. Red flag in the middle of the traffic. I hope they have radio of him. Nathan Smythe Adams coming up to some M2 traffic, as well as getting almost, not, I wouldn't say in the way of the GT3, because as I said before, the M2s have the right of way. The faster class cars have to help facilitate a clean overtake. So in this case, this is fine. The Ferrari is allowed to keep going. The Baller Squad racing car is also allowed to keep going because the black M2 right there is a blue flagged M2. So if you are blue flagged in Assetto Corsa Competizione, or especially in our league, that means you are not on the same lap, and the car that has the blue flag has to give up their position within 2 sectors. That is that is a blue flag for the same class. So the same car class. So M2 versus M2, GT3 versus GT3. If you're an M2 car and a GT3 comes up on you and you get a blue flag, you do not have to move out of the way. They have to go around you. However, you're not allowed to block. You're not supposed to fight. Don't make it difficult for them. Just make it easier for everyone, because if you make it difficult for them, it makes it difficult on you. You might make a mistake, and you might end up hurting your race more than anyone else's. 1 hour, 56 minutes left in the Odyssey Racing League. 6 hours of Nurburgring GP. 31 cars still out on track. 24 GT3s. 7 M2s. Luke Lizama still in the lead of the M2s here with a nice little cushion of almost 2.5 seconds there. A couple of cars here and there causing traffic. However, now that traffic may be dying down a little bit. Actually, no, looking at the map, the traffic is just going to be getting more intense. So we're going to see if Luke can stay out in front with all this traffic, or if Nathan Smythe Adams in P2, the number 696 M2, can capitalize on any of the mistakes. Can we watch car 297? Of course you can. Car 297. .297. The Need for Speed M2, driven by Rafael. I believe it's pronounced Canica. I know it's a Brazilian, it's Portuguese. So it's either Canica or Caniça. Rafael, I apologize. Please DM me if I got it wrong. Yell at me all you like. My Portuguese is not very good. It's okay. It's not very good. I can understand it. I cannot speak it for the life of me. Nice little Need for Speed livery there. With the PlayStation 2 logo on the back. The PlayStation 2. Everyone look at me. Look at me through the screen. Look at me through the screen. The PlayStation 2. The best console ever made. The PlayStation 2 was amazing. The best games. Pretty great graphics for the time. Even had online capabilities before online was a thing. And unfortunately, oh my goodness, why does that always happen? Once I start talking about a car more in depth, somebody just comes out of nowhere and just takes them out. So unfortunately, the number 297 got taken out. What happened? What even? Why? Let's see what happened to the 297. So here we were ranting about the PlayStation 2 and how much it's amazing and how it's a great game. Mercedes comes in. Oh, okay. Yeah. That is super unfortunate for the M2, and in my opinion, not even the M2's fault. That is all on the car behind him. So, especially as the faster car, you don't want to get behind the slower car. That's just not the smartest thing to do, unfortunately. So that is going to be the M2 of Rafael going into the pits to repair that damage. That is so unfortunate. 2005 Most Wanted was the GOAT. I disagree. Most Wanted was the second best game. Need for Speed Underground 2 was the first best game. Need for Speed Underground 1 was the third best game. Then if we want to talk about the fourth best game, it's not Hot Pursuit. What was the one that came after Hot Pursuit? Oh, I don't know. I won't take any slander for Underground 2, though. Underground 2, I will fight everyone, is the best Need for Speed. Oh, wait, was Most Wanted the one? Oh, my old age might be starting to show. Need for Speed The Run came after. Was it The Run? I think that was the one I didn't like. No, not the OG Hot Pursuit. It was a newer one, like in 2000. I think it was like 2010. You know what? I'm gonna stop talking smack and I'm just gonna look this up. Because I know there was two versions of Hot Pursuit, I believe. Need for Speed. Because didn't one come out? This one came out in 2010. Is there an older one? It might be Need for Speed Heat, the one that I was talking about. Most Wanted was... All right, I'm bringing up a list so we can we can complain about the Need for Speeds as we're seeing the battle still brewing between P1 and P2 of the M2s, the 615 Odyssey Racing, Odyssey Esports M2 driven by Luke Lezama out in front, a little bit wide on the exit there though. So Nathan Smythe Adams for Baller Squad Racing might have a better run here coming into the start finish straight, now passing the start finish line, now side by side, wheel to wheel, hub to hub, lug nut to lug nut. Let's see if Nathan Smythe Adams can take away that P1 spot away from Luke. Luke electing to stay on the left side of the racing line, now bumper almost hitting to the side. Nathan Smythe Adams pushing Luke to the outside and taking that spot away from the P1 driver there. So Luke Lezama now moving down into P2. Nathan Smythe Adams taking that P1 spot, unless Luke Lezama coming in with a cheeky dive right behind the GT3 who left the door wide open, trying to take that spot away again from Nathan Smythe Adams. Nathan Smythe Adams defending for his life, not able to get a better exit there, and fortunately for Luke, able to capitalize on the mistake of the BSR M2, and now in the lead for the M2s. Almost bumper to bumper. Go Gadget extendo arm, says Nathan Smythe Adams as he catches up to Luke Lezama there out of the exit of turn 6. Excuse me, turn 7. I always get turn 6 and 7 mixed up. I'm always one number off. It might be something to do with me being bad at math. Oh, and a Lamborghini, it looks like it. Trying to overtake on the outside, but does that give the position to Luke? Luke gets a nice little position on the inside of the Schumacher S. Is coming out now. Luke in the front, Nathan in the back, trying to make anything happen, trying to fight for their lives here. Both of these excellent drivers battling it out, switching positions, and making sure that not one of them has more of an advantage than the other. Excellent racing by both of these drivers here. Okay, so yeah, going back to the Hot Pursuit, there was the Hot Pursuit in 2010, and then there was Hot Pursuit in 1998. I played the 98 one, and I loved the 98 one. I don't remember playing the 2010 one. 2015, Need for Speed Most Wanted, I think I played that one. But yeah, the newer versions, like the 2010, there was a Hot Pursuit, and then a couple of years later, there was the Hot Pursuit 2. You're right. I remember playing the original Hot Pursuit though, and I liked that one. I don't remember about the old or the newer Hot Pursuit. I don't remember High Stakes. There was Porsche Unleashed, and I never played that one because I think that was on the Game Boy. Hot Pursuit 2, I think, is the one that I played, not Hot Pursuit. Oh, I'm so bad. So it was Hot Pursuit 1 in 98, Hot Pursuit 2 in 2002, and then the Hot Pursuit remake in like 2010. Yeah. You're right. You're correct. You're correct, Cody. You're correct. Hot Pursuit was 2002. Yeah. You're right. I was looking down on my other screen. I was like, that doesn't look right. But what looks almost right is Nathan Smythe Adams taking that spot door to door, making Luke work for every single inch. It's just so clean racing. I kind of want to just stop talking and just watch the racing. Almost an excellent switchback. A little bump there between both cars, but Rubbing is racing there, especially coming out of the Schumacher S's. One of the things that I'm getting kind of excited for now that we're talking about Need for Speed, Hot Pursuit, and Undergrounds and all this stuff is hopefully with Assetto Corsa Evo, there might be street racing. So we might have more street racing style cars and tracks. Oh, And a good inside line by Luke, able to stick it and make sure he stays in front of the Baller Squad Racing driver there, Nathan Smythe Adams. Both of those drivers going side to side there, almost side to side basically into the chicane. One of the toughest parts of the track to go side by side in my opinion. The other part being the Schumacher S's. But very, very nice driving between both of these drivers here. But yes, hopefully with Assetto Corsa Evo coming out, the early access coming out at the end of this month, and hopefully with the full release, I believe the timeline was like March or April, something like that, that they're going to have the full game hopefully released. I may have to double check the dates on there. But hopefully street racing would be awesome because I would love to do some sort of like Need for Speed underground, Need for Speed like style, like street racing, like, all right, point A to point B, like just get there. And I would 100% just drive. I'm gonna drive like a 370Z or like a Supra or something, you know? So I can have everyone else. That is Supra. Some bump drafting happening between the M2s here on our screen. Nathan Smythe Adams getting up close and personal with Luke Lezama there in the 615 M2. However, not able to produce any overtakes or anything right now. However, some traffic is starting to appear behind them, so this may be the difference between P1 and P2 for Nathan Smythe Adams. And a Mercedes taking a nice little grass vacation through the turn. I don't know what happened there, but I am so thankful that the M2s came out unscathed, because every time I see that, I clench as hard as I can, because I hope that the GT3s don't unfortunately just like ram into an M2 or something. So the M2s are battling for position here. This GT3 should give and allow them space, and unfortunately no space was given between Luke and the BSR M2 there, and unfortunately Luke pushes off the number 696 M2, and that's going to push him and keep him in second place. Keep an eye still on our GT3 tree. We do have Clive Bixby still in P1, fastest time on track for them, 154.045. If we want to talk about alien times and how close that is 101 to 102%. So what that means is you are 1 to 2 seconds off pace, and pace is the fastest time, 152.43, which would be the fastest time. The fastest time for Clive, 154.045, so almost less than 2 seconds behind the fastest time recorded on track. Nojos and Alexandre fighting here for P14 and P15. Alexandre trying to move up for Pasca Racing to get them that P14 spot in the 488 Ferrari GT3. I don't believe there is a huge difference between the GT3, the 488 GT3 and the 488 GT3 Evo. I think there may be small differences like with the front bumper and I think some minor cosmetic stuff, but I believe it's the same aero package and it's the same engine. Maybe different electronics. But going back to the battle, Nathan Smythe Adams unfortunately off track again. That's going to be him bobbing and weaving through the grass there. Trying to stay on track, trying to catch up to Luke Lezama. Speaking about Lamborghinis, there is a Lamborghini there. So, I think Boris has, instead of commentator's curse, Boris has a spectator curse. Whatever he says happens. Boris has way more power than all of us imagined. The Porsche livery? Yes, that was a nice Porsche livery. I do agree. We have some segues to get to, but I kind of don't want to peel my eyes away from this screen because these drivers, both of these drivers, I know them personally in the sense that I've driven against both of these drivers and with both drivers on a team for certain events. So I know and I can speak to the strength of both of these drivers. And I know that both of them are very strong. So just not that they're strong drivers, but a super interesting strong dive. Speaking of strong, a very strong dive by that McLaren coming into the corner. That is the number P5 McLaren, and that is Andre. So Andre trying to thread the needle between the M2s there coming into the corner. But speaking again, to both these drivers in the M2, Luke Lizama and Nathan Smythe-Adams, both very strong drivers, and both will not settle for anything less than P1. So they will be fighting tooth, nail, bolt, screw, washer, whatever piece you want to talk about on the car. They will fight until the very bitter end. Hey Boris, we don't speak ill of the Lamborghinis. I'm allowing it to slide so much. I'm a Lamborghini boy. Oh, excuse me, I'm a Lamborghini man. That's right, man. I'm a Lamborghini man. Nah, go ahead. I have a huge soft spot for Lamborghinis. Lamborghini, Mercedes. I have a huge spot for them. A soft spot. Except this M2 is also very fun to drive. Please take what I say with a grain of salt when I talk about the M2s, but they are so bad, they're good. I don't know how to explain it, but if you ever get that behind the wheel of the M2 in this game, the car is so bad, it becomes fun. The kid taking our eyes off the screen a little bit there, looking at our leader, Clive Bixby, still in P1. Eric Wedgen for BMW IRC in P2. And Haja Horman in P3 for QRT Esports. So the 830 Bentley was in P2, but they did end up taking a pit stop to switch tires, switch drivers and add fuel, so they were pushed down to P3. Massier now with Enterprise. This is the this is the modern AMG GT3 Evo, and right in front of him is the number 66 AMG non-Evo. So this is the older AMG driven by Richard Harknett here. Richard Harknett, a pretty regular that you'll see here at Odyssey Racing League. You'll see him in a lot of our races. A little squirrely exit though, and is that going to allow the 404 to catch up and pass him? It might. The 404 getting a nice little run there into the corner. Does he go deep? He does not. Decides to... Oh, unfortunately, who went deep was the number 66. So this number 66 unfortunately went a little bit too deep into that exit. Was able to stay on track. and he's able to stay in front of this Porsche, in front of this Mercedes here. The number 404 now getting the inside of the turn, and he's able to capitalize and overtake. He does, but that pushes him to the outside of the next turn now, and Richard is going to get a very nice little clean run on the inside of the bar. Any squirrely exits, who's going to get a better run? Actually, now that we look at it, Richard does have some damage on the front end, so that splitter damage is going to be affecting his front and his top end and his acceleration, so that is probably going to be pushing the legacy AMG GT3 behind the modern GT3, AMG GT3, excuse me. One hour and 35 minutes left in our endurance race here. This is a 6-hour multi-class endurance race here at Odyssey Racing League. This is the Nurburgring GP circuit layout, and we do have multi-class between GT3s, or 2 sets of GT3s, and BMW M2 Cup cars. So we do have the modern GT3s. These are GT3s that are 2018 and newer. And you can tell those by the white backgrounds on their numbers there on the left side of your tree. The drivers with gray backgrounds are legacy GT3s. These are GT3s that are 2017 and older. And last but not least, the numbers with the red background with the little blue quarter, or like it's like an eighth square. At the bottom of the tree, red background, those are the BMW M2s. So all 3 of these are different categories. The GT3s, so normally in a GT3 multi-class, or normally in a multi-class race, the different classes do not race each other for position, so they don't have to battle, they don't have to do anything. So the M2s never have to battle the GT3s. They only have to worry about M2s. However, for this specific endurance race, we have legacy GT3s and modern GT3s. They are allowed to fight each other. So they are fighting each other for position, for podium spots, as well as for the prize pool. So the prize pool only takes into effect, only basically pays attention to the M2 class and the GT3 legacy class. So the winning team of each class will receive a $50 a part of the $50 prize pool. And by that I mean the first place winner will win $50, 50 USD. So the first winner of M2 will win 50 USD, and the winners of the GT3 Legacy will win M2s. And we're gonna figure out who that is in less than an hour and 35 minutes. Nathan Smythe Adams still on the back bumper of Luke Lizama. Little bit of a cushion between them. There was a time gap of about a second, but Nathan Smythe Adams just chopping that away, trying to catch up as much as he can to hopefully force either Luke into an error or Nathan Smythe Adams' pit strategy plan to come into effect. With that timer winding down, these stint timers are going to be also ending pretty soon, if not already. So these drivers will be having to swap out. Odyssey Racing League M2 electing to take the defensive line a little bit more towards the middle of the track to not allow Nathan Smythe Adams in the BSR M2 any more room than he's allowed. With the Porsche going around the outside, we're going to see if that causes any trouble for the M2s here in the Mercedes arena. And that does. So the BSR M2 is able to capitalize on the Porsche, on the space that the Porsche created by pushing the M2 a little bit farther out wide. And now the Baller Squad Racing M2 is able to take the lead, but Luke Lizama right on the back bumper trying to make a switcheroo, crying around the outside like Slim Shady, able to make it stick, but the little switcheroo and a back bumper bump. The 615 is now trying to catch up on the little drag strip here to the 696. With the inside line, though, is the Odyssey BMW able to stay on the inside, and it does look like the BSR M2 was pushed wide a little bit just because they were scared of the car on the inside, and that's going to be a position change again. Nathan Smythe-Adams losing the lead to Luke Lezama right coming into the Schumacher S's. However, we've seen this lead change multiple times during the lap, so I do expect this battle to continue on until the end of the race. Some hard racing happening between both M2 drivers. Nathan Smythe-Adams giving him a little bit of a flashy to Luke there. Luke electing to take, again, the defensive line right there in the middle of the track, but is that going to allow the BSR M2 a switchback? Let's see. Oh, you missed it, though. Smythe-Adams passed, and then he got passed, and then he passed, and then he got passed. Or like he passed and then he got passed. And then like 2 or 3 laps before, he passed and then he got passed. And it was like, it's just back and forth between both of these strong drivers. Pink Ferrari in the background though, causing a little bit of a disturbance between this battle. That's the number 13 Ferrari in P23. I believe that is the Ferrari. Yes, that is the Ferrari driven by Tim White, excuse me. Pink Ferrari rejoining the track there. Oh, what a great move by the Baller Squad Racing. M2 makes it look like he's going to go along on the left side, fakes the juke move, and then takes right behind the Ferrari, who opened up the door, pushing Luke Lezama a little bit wider than he would have liked. And that is going to leave the door wide open for Nathan Smythe-Adams to take the lead away from Luke Lezama. V12 Aston, though, screaming close. Is he going to get past, or is there going to be an incident in the braking zone? All I know is both of these drivers are going to make me lose my voice. And that is amazing. Deep dive on the inside by Luke Lezama, trying to fight for every single inch and trying to grab every single inch that Nathan Smythe-Adams is giving him. Along the outside, though, Nathan Smythe-Adams making sure that Luke Lezama does not have the optimal line so that he can stay ahead, and Luke Lezama will not take home that sweet victory in 1 hour and 27 minutes. And yes, you're right, Boris. On our screens on the top right, in the next 30 minutes, it's going to start raining by the looks of it. So these drivers are again going to have to change their pit strategies. The number 1 driver here, the QRT Bentley, this is the race leader, just trying to get through some traffic here. However, this isn't traffic for us. This is an amazing race between both of these drivers here. Yellow flag is being handed out for some other drivers here on the track. It does look like Chandler Williams is pushed off the track, and that's going to be moving Chandler Williams from P6 down into P7. Jan Buscher now in P6. That is the 310. Excuse me. Yes, the 310 Audi. For some reason, it was showing up as a Ford, which is weird because I don't believe we have any Ford Mustangs out on the track today. That's a bug on my end. I need to figure out why that is, but it showed him as a Ford. I was about to say, I was like, the Ford is also a pretty cool car in this game. One of my favorite cars to drive, but I don't even think I remember seeing any sign up. Going back to the fan favorite fight right now. And at 1 hour, 25 minutes left in our race. I hope y'all have been having as much excitement and fun as I have. Just a quick reminder as well, this is our 6-hour endurance race. We normally hold endurance races on the weekends. We allow you, the drivers, and you, the fans, to basically decide our next endurance race. We do have these 6 hours. This is the 6 hours of Nurburgring, and we do have a couple more endurance races coming up. So if you're interested in joining those endurance races, or even just having a voice and seeing what you want to see, you can join us here at discord.gg/Odyssey Racing Link. And if you follow that link, you can join us on Discord. You can let your voice be heard, and you can even help us figure out our next endurance race. Speaking of endurance races as well, we've been watching Luke Lezama and Nathan Smythe-Adams battle it out on our screens for the last probably 30 to 45 minutes or so. However, another place that you can also catch them battling would be in our Championship League series. So we do hold a championship leagues here at Odyssey Racing League. We are starting season 15 this upcoming week. So Monday and Tuesday. I believe that Tuesday is January 6th? 8th? January 8th. And we do have some amazing racing, especially how it happens right now. Luke Lezama dive on the inside. Was he given enough space by Nathan Smythe-Adams? Was he allowed that space by Nathan Smythe-Adams? Was Nathan Smythe-Adams even supposed to give this space? I don't know, but we do have a QRT Bentley going around the outside, giving a little bit of pressure to both of these cars who are electing to stay really tight on the line. And the Odyssey Racing League M2 did not follow the GT3's lead this time, like it was in the last lap, and that's how the BSR M2 was able to capitalize and take that lead. But speaking of our championship leagues, both of these drivers are part of our championship series as well, GT Americas and GT Europe. We do have season 15 coming up. And instead of endurance races, these are sprint races, so a lot shorter, more palatable. You won't be as tired or as, oh yeah, here's the Lamborghini, Boris. Boris is right on it, he knows. And contact between the Lamborghini and the leader there, Nathan Smythe-Adams, that pushes Nathan Smythe-Adams off the track, and that is giving the lead to Luke Lezama. And where did Nathan Smythe-Adams go? That pushed him super far back, 4 spots, 5 spots. Where's Chase Jones? Chase Jones now 10 seconds, gaining as much time as he can on his teammate Nathan Smythe-Adams, who got pushed off the track there by that Lamborghini. Oh my goodness. Oh, yoy, yoy. So that... I'm gonna start crying. I didn't want to see that at all. This was an amazing battle by 2 amazing drivers, and unfortunately it was cut short. Oh my goodness. Well, all is fair in racing and war, right? So the stewards will be looking at that because there was contact that happened between both drivers. So we do have live stewards here on the grid. They are looking at every single contact that the stewarding program picks up, and they're handing out penalties accordingly. So we'll be keeping an eye on that Lamborghini to see if there was a time penalty handed out. But 1 hour, 20 minutes left. That is Luke Lazama in the lead now. The number 615 M2 for Odyssey Racing, or Odyssey Esports, excuse me. I keep saying Odyssey Racing because that's who we are, right? But he is part of the esports team. Oh, and some contact between the M2 and the Ferrari here. This is the Ferrari, the number 488, driven by Alexandre Giordano. And I believe that was just him slowing down a little too much in the exit. Or maybe even the 615 carrying a little bit too much speed there. Almost getting bumper destroyed by that Audi. I believe that's the Audi of Christian. Excuse me, Jan. So, a little bit of a squirrely entrance and exit by Jan here in the 310 Audi R8. The Audi GT3, I believe being phased out of the GT3 series. I believe they're just like pulling out of GT3 entirely because if memory serves me correctly, I believe Audi's putting all of their time and effort now into F1 and not hypercar. I thought they were going to do hypercar, but that's Lamborghini, and that's the new one is, it's a new Lamborghini and it's the new Aston. Goodbye, Boris. Thank you for joining us. But yes, I believe it's them, it's Audi and Cadillac that I believe are joining F1. So they're removing themselves out of GT3, I think. Oh, that's the meme? Oh, that would be so bad, Cody, if that happens. That would be so sad for Audi, and that would probably just destroy them at this point. Like, they're racing. Because Audi usually does pretty good in GT3, don't they? And Endurance, they're really great from what I remember correctly. And TCR program as well. It's like all the good cars. Oh, looks like a car went off track there, throwing some kitty litter up in disgust, and some contact between the 310 Audi, and I believe that is the Ferrari of Alexandre Giordano, I believe. Yes. The Posca Racing Ferrari unfortunately took a bump there from behind at Coca-Cola Curve. Speaking of cars that we won't be seeing anymore, or cars that we should be seeing in this case, I wonder if they're ever going to bring the Toyota Supra GT4. We're missing some GT4s in this game, I think. We're missing the Are we missing any GT3s? We're missing the Corvette, I think. I think we need an updated Lexus, and I believe they're doing that. Instead of the RCF, I think they're going with like the LFA configuration. So I believe that's coming out in 2 years. It's going to be a new Lexus. The BMW Evo is supposed to be coming out sometime soon, which is weird because there's already the latest BMW was from 2022. I heard that they're coming out with an Evo. Oh no, I'm lying. I'm sorry. I'm lying. It's the GT4 Evo. So there's a GT4 Evo that came out recently that is still not updated in Assetto Corsa Competizione. As well as the Aston GT3 Evo, which just came out, I believe, at the middle, if not end of last year. So hopefully that'll be added sometime soon to Assetto Corsa Competizione. I know they also said, I believe the Aston Martin Valkyrie, the Aston Martin hypercar is also going to be part of Daytona, but I think it's going to be like its own class, kind of like what they did with I don't know if y'all saw the 24-hour of Le Mans, but it was like a NASCAR, like Garage 69 or 59 had like a NASCAR car out there, and they were kind of like their own class. I believe they'll be doing something similar with the Aston. I think it's maybe just because it's not ready. I don't know. I need to actually look more into it. As I said, I'm a Lamborghini fanboy, so I'm just waiting for them to bring Lamborghini to IMSA. LMDH. Okay, so they're actually going to be an LMDH class. Okay, cool. Garage 56. There you go. I was like 59, 67, 32. I'm so sorry, Garage 56 guys. I'm trying to find a list of the teams that are joining the Daytona 24 or the Rolex 24 at Daytona. I want to say they were Garage 56, but they were racing with the number 24. Why didn't they just take 56? They should have just taken it. Or asked whoever was number 56 so they could have it. Unless it was like it's like a qualifying type thing. Like if you're in garage spot 1, you get number 1. If you get garage spot 2 or pit lane 2, it was taken. Okay. By GTE Porsche. Oh, so it wasn't even GT3 class. It was the GTE class that was there. See, I need to learn more. Yeah, I still get a little confused, or in the beginning, I still got confused with IMSA and FIA like GT World Challenge stuff. So like I was still kind of confused with like the difference between GTEs and GT3s and just even the differences between like LM GT3s and like L and then just normal GT3s. I'm learning though, so it's something new. The driver number. Okay, they picked 24 because it was the most successful driver. Okay, the driver number. Wasn't it his NASCAR number? Because that name does sound kind of familiar. More research. Oh, that's why it sounds familiar. Yeah, Hendrick Motorsport. Yeah. And Jeff Gordon. I was like, dude, that sounds so familiar. Like, why does that sound familiar? Yeah. I know two things about NASCAR. Jeff Gordon and Race Hell Praisdale. And you go real fast and real left. No, I'm kidding. I'm talking way more smack than I'm supposed to. Oval racing is very difficult in and of itself. It's its own discipline, own difficulties, and intricacies. And some of the intricacies that we were seeing right now on our screen, Dean Solomon giving away the position to Masij Petrovic. Dean Solomon in the back row GT Racing Audi. This is the number 31 Audi. The nice little Odyssey Racing League sigil there in the middle of that car. Oh yeah, Kyle. Okay, I'm looking at the Cup Series drivers for Hendricks. Yeah, I was like, Hendricks sounds familiar, man. I think I've seen their name plastered like a bunch of places. So we are on board still with the number 404 Interpris AMG Mercedes. Excuse me, Mercedes AMG, and we moved over to another Mercedes AMG who was taking a little quick dirt bath in the, or a little sand bath in the dirt there. 10-second penalty being handed out to the 488 Ferrari. And I believe that is for causing a collision. Yes, that is for unsafe for a re-entry which caused a collision. So hey, I don't know if the drivers have noticed this, but if we look at the top right of our screen, we can see that there is a timer, a small little timer. Well, not a timer, it's more like it just says 10 and 30. So in about 10 minutes, it's going to start raining again. And in 30 minutes, it's going to get even heavier. So it looks like the rain, it's going to be about an hour-long race. So it's going to probably be raining until the end of the race. There might be a small little window where there's going to be no rain coming down, but the track is still going to be wet. The drivers are still going to be out on their wet tires, and they're going to have to deal with and fight through the rising temperatures of the tires. Because as most of us know, driving in Assetto Corsa Competizione, when you're in the wet weather, your tires don't heat up as much, and in doing so, since they don't heat up, it's like a plus and minus situation. The plus is they don't heat up a lot, so you basically won't overcook them. The minus and the downside of that situation is it's going to be a lot harder for your tires to heat up and warm up to temperature and to pressure. So you're going to add a little bit more pressure onto your tires than normal so that you can get up to that optimum window a lot faster. When it stops raining and when it's not raining, that optimum window of tire pressure and temperature is vastly different than what it is during the dry. So these drivers are going to have to fight not only the conditions, but also their cars if they have that small little window towards the end where there is no rain, a little bit of wet, but it's drying up. Still in the lead, however, 1 hour and 5 minutes left. 6 minutes left. So he's been leading for about 4 hours, and I'm terrible with math. 4 hours and like 54 minutes so far. Clive Bixby in P1 still. Commanding lead. Didn't see a stop sign in sight. Just kept on going. The number 1 Bentley Continental for QRT Esports in P1 again, a lap up from the competition. So 1 lap. That is about 2 minutes, and that's like 2 minutes something of a lead. So commanding lead by Clive Bixby here. Fastest time on track also 154.882. Not too far off of him, that's Eric Weidgand, I believe that's how it's pronounced, Weigand. For BMW IRC, the number 36 BMW here. Great livery, by the way. I don't know if I mentioned this or not. In P2. And to round off your podium placers here, Hajo Horman in P3, the QRT Esports Bentley Continental, the number 830 to be exact, to differentiate himself from his teammate, the number 1 Bentley Continental. Moving down again to the M2s. Just getting a quick little update on the M2. Nathan Smythe Adams now in the lead for the M2s after a pit stop done by Luke Lazama. Switching out and filling up and switching drivers now. So Clayton Filsinger now in the driver's seat of the 615 M2. That does give Nathan Smythe Adams in the 696 for Baller Squad Racing the lead right now, as well as with his teammate not too far off behind him in Chase Jones, about 5 seconds behind him in P2, the second Baller Squad Racing M2. So it does look like the weather is changing. Instead of heavier rain in 30 minutes, it's going to start raining in about 10, and it's going to start getting light rain in the next 30. So it'll rain a little bit. A nice little burst shower here, just to keep the racers on their toes, keep them on the edge of the tire grip. Give you some more love to the M2s. Always got to show love for the M2s, as well as any other driver or team that you would like us to showcase more. Don't be afraid to put their name, their team name or driver name in the chat. We'd love to give them more time, screen time, that is. Battle of the AMGs. Number 66 AMG with a little bit of front end damage there. You can see a little gap between the front bumper and the hood there. being overtaken by the 404 AMG, driven by Massiej, excuse me. That clock is winding down. Getting very close to that 1 hour left mark, as well as that rain should start pouring down within the next 10 minutes or so. We might see drivers have to elect to take early pit stops to put on those wet tires. We'll see how they can handle it and how wet it's going to be. If it's only like a light drizzle, you may as well. You might as well just stay on the slicks, because the time loss that you'll be having on the slicks will be negligible compared to going into the pits to change to wet tires. Or excuse me, let me take that back. The disadvantage you get on the dry tires in a small little like sprinkle of wetness, I think has nothing to is not as bad as the good side of you putting wet tires on in like a light drizzle, especially less than like 30 minutes, where you're gonna have to go back into the pits anyway just to switch them out. So that is it, and with less than 1 hour left in our Odyssey Racing League 6-hour Nurburgring. I was about to say Nordschleife, but this is not the Green Hell. This is part of the Green Hell, actually. We do have some Nordschleife events coming up soon, so keep your eye on that. But this is the Nurburgring GP circuit. So this is just the Grand Prix circuit. This is not the combined circuit. And the rain has started, so we do see on our screen a little bit of the drizzle here from this angle. The drivers are certainly going to be feeling that, especially with some of them turning on their blinkers right now. And unfortunately, yeah, that Bentley goes a little too deep and just pushes that Ferrari off the track there. I have no idea what that Bentley was doing. Maybe not broke, but he did brake a little bit late, but because maybe the rain already started affecting his braking zones. I have not one single time put my butt in the driver's seat of the Bentley, so I have no idea how that thing handles, even in the rain. But he is going a little bit deeper than he would like to, slipping and sliding there. So the 187 is going to have to regain some composure here, and maybe have to go to the pits early to get on those wet tires. He is battling it out against the V12 Aston right behind him. That green and white Aston is making sure that the Bentley in front of him is not going out without a fight. He's going to take it by force, or you're going to give it to him. Both drivers, I believe, on wet. Actually, no. So the green Lamborghini, the green Aston looks like to be on wet tires. Yeah, the Aston getting a really good run compared to the Bentley there. On the inside now, the 321 Aston Martin makes the move into the braking zone. Might have touched the 187 Bentley. I don't see any contact there. So it may have looked like the 187 Bentley just went a little bit too far wide there. Got a little bit uncomfortable in the braking zone and just hit that, hit the not grasscrete. It's, what's that called? It's the red and white, candy cane strip, candy cane strip. It's basically almost concrete. I mean grasscrete. But it's so slippery in the wet, especially like even when there's a tiny amount of water. And if you look at the top right, the track does say greasy, so the grip is deteriorating on the track. All the oils that are seeping into the track are now coming out, and they're going to be on the surface, and that's going to be affecting the grip of these cars coming into and out of the braking zones, or coming into the braking zones and out of the turns. So that is going to be affecting braking distances and just turning and how much you can turn. You're going to have to turn a lot more with your feet now. I do know we only have 56 minutes left in this race, but if you would like to join us for some more racing action, we do have Season 15 starting very soon, and by very soon, I mean next week. Season 15 here at Odyssey Racing League. We do have 2 different divisions on 3 separate days. We do have GT Americas on Tuesdays and Thursdays, and we have GT Europe on Sundays. Now, just because you live in Europe or just because you live in America does not mean you are locked to your specific region. You may drive in whichever region you wish, and you can join us in whichever region you wish. You can join us out in Discord, discord.gg/Odyssey Racing League, or you can even join us on the SimGrid, simgrid.com/hosts/Odyssey Racing League. But I'm going to show you all a quick little snippet. That is the after hours that we're going to be having. So that is GT America's after hours on Tuesdays at 9 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. That is modern GT3s and legacy GT3s. That is our only multi-class series for this season. We do have GT Europe on Sundays at 8 p.m. CEST. So that is every Sunday for 6 rounds. And then we have GT Americas on Thursdays, 9 p.m. Eastern. And these are our tracks for Season 15. So 6 rounds, 45 minutes each round, except for rounds 1 and 5, which are going to be 1 hour each. And if you would like to join us on track, you're more than welcome to join us and sign up. You can sign up at discord.gg/Odyssey Racing League. You can connect with us on our socials, just ask us more questions and learn more about us as a league. Or you can even go on this simgrid.com/host/Odyssey Racing League and join us there and sign up right away for our Season 15 leagues. Now, back to the action. On board with Derek Anderson, the number 31 Backroad GT Racing Audi in P16. He is P4 for the Legacy drivers, I believe. And P1 right now is still Christian. So right now in the lead for the Legacy cars is Christian Buscher for Belgian Audi Club Team WRT, the 310 Audi in the non-Evo version or Evo 1 version of the Audi. This is a Richard Harknett. Honestly, this is honestly the most endurance race that I've been in and that we hosted. Yes, so the Nurburgring GP is also, in one of my opinion, like a really fun track to do endurance race on. It's just long enough to where everyone can kind of spread out and you can have your own battles, but it's also short enough to where you won't like mind lapse and be like, oh, what turn's coming up again? What's this turn? What's that turn? You kind of basically know what's going on. It's just get in the groove and just go, go, go. But I am being told that more technical difficulties are happening on our end, so we will be right back with a quick little intermission and be right back with more exciting race. And we are back, racing fans, bringing back the exciting conclusion in the last hour of our Odyssey Racing League 6-hour Nurburgring GP endurance race. It is raining right now on the track, but within the next 10 minutes, it'll continue raining, but within 10 to 30 minutes, it's going to start clearing up, drying up for the drivers on track, and that's going to leave them about 20 minutes left of dry track time. So it's going to be interesting to see if teams elect to keep their drivers out on wet tires and just finish the race with 20 minutes to go on those wets, or if they tell them, come in, pit, let's put on some dry tires and let's just sprint to the end. I'm very curious to see what everyone decides to do. Okay. These technical difficulties are just coming out of nowhere. It's like the machine gods are angry at me for some reason. The Omnisai is not happy. That's a Warhammer reference, I'm so sorry. But on our screens now, Jörn Jongen. QRT Esport M2, the number 73 M2 in P4 right now for the M2 class. Nice little rainy drive that they're having here. Not a lot of traffic near them. Pretty clear out in front. A couple cars coming up behind them now. Those are GT3s, so they're going to be catching up pretty soon and relatively soon. But Jeroen can get a nice little stroll through these next couple of turns with no issues, no traffic in sight, nothing to worry about. Oh my goodness. We could almost commentators, Chris. I'm so sorry. No, we love you, Chad. Thank you for joining us, by the way. Nah, dude, don't even worry about it. We are on board with Nojas, number 913 Porsche, who's been having great battles throughout the day so far. Relatively close battles, bumps, scrapes, and bruises here and there. However, rubbing is racing, and it's just part of the sport. A little bit of M2 traffic here, but it's probably nothing that these GT3s can't handle. 46 minutes, 53 seconds left in the race here. I do want to take a little bit of time to thank you, the viewer, the race fan, so much for joining us here. Thank you so much for joining in, tuning in, whether you're live or watching this sometime in the future. Thank you so much for your support and joining us here at Odyssey Racing League. as we bring you the 6-hour Nurburgring Multiclass endurance event. We will be having more endurance events throughout this year. Whether they are multi-class or not, we will let you, the drivers, decide that. You can join our Discord. We do have a section for multi-class / special events, and you're more than welcome to join us there and let your voice be known. We do put up polls to gauge interest of the drivers and what they want to drive, where they want to drive, and when. So right now it is still raining on the track. In about 10 minutes the rain will start dying down, and in about 30 the rain will go away. And the track will still be wet. However, will the tires handle the heat cycle and the pressure increase that the dry track is going to be putting them under? Still see some water being kicked up there by the tires. So there is going to be some standing water on the track. The track is considered damp, so not greasy anymore. There is more standing water there. We do see an inside move being made by the 373 Ferrari, but that is not for position. The number 3 is, yes, so that's a Legacy GT3. That's actually P2 for the Legacy GT3s. So these two cars, technically while not fighting each other, because they're even, I believe it's a lap down, the AMG. They're 1 lap down. So even if they weren't a lap down, oh no, if they were a lap down, they would be fighting each other. Excuse me, not a lap down, if they were on the same lap. I don't know, Richard. The track dried up pretty quickly when it dried up earlier. It might have also been because there was more than... We did have a little bit more than 31 cars on track. I think there was like 35 or 36. But I don't think those 5 or 6 cars will make a difference. I think it just has to do with the temp. And honestly, you might be right, Richard. It might be damp for the rest of the race. I hope that it's not damp for the rest of the race. It gets greasy and then it gets like normal, so that the change in tire pressure and tire temperature will affect the drivers, and I want to see how that's going to affect them, if that's going to affect them enough to the point where they like lose position or something, because that's basically a strategy almost in and of itself. Are you going to stay out on track on overinflated tires just to finish the race with 15 to 20 minutes left, or are you going to go in and play it safe? The Aston Martin Vantage, the V8 Vantage, so the newer GT3 of this car, or the predecessor, is, I don't want to say the best in the rain, but it is amazing in the rain. So I'm curious to see if this car is also really good in the rain, because it did look like Attila was catching up to Kirito there in the P20 spot. That's Kirito in the P20 spot, the number 152 McLaren right there in the front of our screen. But a squirrely exit, so that allows the 321 Aston Martin to catch up here in Coca-Cola Curve. And is he able to make around the outside? He's not. He's going to stay right behind him and make sure maybe even get a better exit there and get a better run here coming into the first turn, passing the start-finish straight line. Are we going to see the 321 go around the outside coming into turn 1? He might be able to, coming into the braking zone. He's going to brake later. No, he breaks into the red and white candy cane strip chicane, and what that does is there's no grip in the wet, so that just throws his car to the side a little bit, and since he's basically braking sideways, you're not going to be able to stop, and that pushes him a little bit into Kirito there. However, both cars able to stay on track. Kirito able to keep his position as well, so I don't think the stewards are going to be upset by that at all. That just looks to be just a small driver error. And no one came out of it the worst, so I think it's okay. Class position. So yes, if we look at... That's the wrong button. That's the wrong button. That's the wrong button. Oh my goodness. I know which one it is. Give me 1 second. Okay. Yeah, what's going on there? That's not supposed to happen. Okay, yeah, that's so weird. I apologize for that. "39 minutes and 33 seconds that left, though, in the race, so maybe these drivers are feeling a lot more pressure than I am. And those... so a 10-second penalty being handed out to the Pegassi Motorsport 725 Lambo. And that is gonna hurt them immensely once you start getting towards the end of the race. So these 10 seconds now that we're only 39 minutes left in the race, those 10 seconds are gonna be brutal, especially in the rain. With 38 minutes and 50 seconds left, skirmishes are starting to play out here on the Nurburgring GP that might be escalating into full-blown battles. Finn Fedke in the 781 Schweitzer Racing Lamborghini almost catching up to Rodrigo Camargo in the AMG in front of him. That AMG is a legacy car, so it might not have the full speed capabilities of the newest Lambo that we do see here on track. This Lambo is being held up a little bit by that blue flag. However, we do see, so Rodrigo in P8, P2 for the legacy cars. And something that happened off screen, but we just caught the end of it, was Julian Bersher taking away the P2 spot away from Leon Wessels. Leon had a pretty good move, a pretty good defensive line set up right there in the corner in turn 1, but Julian just able to take the little space that he had and used it to his advantage. Attila Kedvez in P21, 1 second behind Kirito still again, so right on the back bumper there. Kirito gonna have to defend for the next 37 minutes if he wants to keep that P20 position. Actually, what's gonna happen is that car is getting really close now that when we look at it. So close, almost bumper to bumper there coming into that turn. The rain will start dissipating within the next 10 minutes or so. And that'll leave us with about 5 to 26 minutes left of this race. Kirito having to look in his rearview mirror and see Attila just keep coming back for more. Attila Hedves in P21, still trying to make some magic happen, trying to sneak his way between the M2 and the other GT3 that is there on the grid right next to him. That is the number, that is P24, so that is the Acura of Thomas Homer, excuse me. Thomas Horner, relative of Christian Horner. No, I'm kidding. Excuse me, Thomas. I mispronounced your name. It's Homer. But Attila, less than half a second. Let's see if Attila can make anything happen. Hopefully nobody gets too desperate within this last part of the race, and especially in the rain, goes for something that is ill-advisable. Or maybe we do, because it'll be great. It'll be great commentating ammunition, basically. I'll be able to talk about that for the next 30 minutes. Speaking of talking about that for the next 30 minutes, unfortunately, oh my goodness, the number 321 Aston Martin, driven by Attila, just rams into the back of Kirito there. The 152 McLaren does get pushed off the track, and that position is taken now by Attila. Oh, Attila unfortunately going way too deep in the turn, and that's gonna push him farther away from Kirito. "32 minutes left in the race. Acura NSX off into the grass there. Excuse me, Honda NSX. Don't make it in trouble for saying that. G2 World Challenge might come back at me. So as we were speaking about earlier, we are winding down the timer for our 6-hour endurance race here at Odyssey Racing League. This is the 6-hour Nurburgring GP. We do hold endurance races, events pretty regularly here at Odyssey Racing League. We technically don't have an endurance series like some other leagues do. However, we do love to hold events. We give you, the drivers, and you, the viewers, the chance to vote on where you want to drive, what you want to drive, and when you want to drive it. So we usually put polls in our Discord, and we allow the drivers to choose tracks, classes, time of day, weather. We allow you to choose basically everything for the endurance race. Our next endurance race will be happening sometime next month. When we have way more information, we'll be posting that up on our Discord. However, right now we are doing the 6 hours of Nurburgring, 31 minutes left in this race. And then if you want some more racing action, you can actually join us next week for the start of Season 15 here at Odyssey Racing League. So we do a quick little cut. Swing, swing, swing. Season 15 here will be consisting of 6 rounds. The first round will be Spa-Francorchamps. It'll be an hour race. It'll be from January 6th through January 12th. So 1 whole week. We host the same race for all of our leagues. The same track, same temperatures, same times and everything. So 6 rounds, 1 hour each for round 1 and 5. And then rounds 2, 3, 4, and 6 are going to be 45 minutes each. So all of these are sprint races. And they are pit stop required. So pit stops are mandatory. Fuel is required, tires are not. So whenever you come into these races, we will have a little mandatory pit stop. The game will basically tell you when to go into the pits. But if you are interested in more about this, you can actually learn more about this specific region if you would like to join those. Just because you live in a region doesn't mean you have to join that specific region. We do have some Americas drivers driving in Europe drivers driving in Americas. We even have drivers from Australia and from Asia driving in our Europe and our Americas leagues. So you're more than welcome to join wherever you're at in the world. But if you would like to join, we do have GT Americas on Thursdays at 9 p.m. Eastern. GT Europe on Sundays at 8 p.m. CEST. So Central Eastern. I don't know if you heard me smack my forehead so hard, but that's how I felt. Central European Standard Time. If I believe that's what it's called correctly. Blame my American education if I'm wrong. And our third league, quote unquote, is an after hours league. It's called GT America's After Hours, but basically anyone can join. As I said before, this is Tuesdays, 9 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. And this is the only technically multi-class league that we will be running for Season 15. So if you're interested in any of these, you can join us on our Discord, discord.gg/Odyssey Racing League. You can see it there on the right there in the chat, as well as here on the screen. You can follow us on our socials, and you can keep up to date with all of our upcoming races and events. Now back to the action. The rain has stopped, so we may see the drivers starting to struggle now. It is still damp on the track, but with 28 minutes left in the race, this track can dry up. And if somebody's battling for position until the very end, that may make or break your race. In the lead still, Nico Handke, QRT Esports, number 1 Bentley Continental, in a commanding lead still. P2 for the GT3s, Julian Berscher, number 36 BMW for BMW IRC. And third place, or P3, Leon Wessels, QRT Esports. Number 830, sister car to the number 1 Bentley. For the Legacy GT3s, we have in first place Christian Buescher, the number 310 Audi, Belgian Audi Club Team WRT Legacy Audi. The number 310, he is in P1 right now, so if the race were to end right now, he would be the winner of the prize pool for the GT3 Legacy cars. As I've said before, and I'll just keep reminding you, there is a $50 prize pool, so $50 USD prize pool for the winner of GT Legacies and the winner of M2, BMW M2s. So the winner of those two, the winner of that class, of this, for their respective classes, the teams will win the $50 USD prize. But again, P1, so that'll be Christian Buescher so far, 26 minutes left, so anything can still happen. We do have P2 in the Legacy cars, that is Rodrigo Camargo, And then P3 for the legacy cars, that is Gabriel Ostachia. Gabriel's also one of the names that I always mispronounce, and he keeps getting mad at me, and I'm so sorry, Gabriel. It's either Ozachir or Ozachir, something similar to that. I just have terrible pronunciation, so I'm so sorry. But he is our P3 standing pole position right now. If we look at the M2s, in first place we do have Chase Jones leading the way for Baller Squad Racing in the M2s. Right behind him, the Baller Squad Racing teammate in Kobe McVeigh. Number 696, Baller Squad Racing M2 in P2. And in P3, the Odyssey Esports M2, the 615 to be exact. Driven right now by Clayton Filsinger. So Arsene being able to move up a spot due to Reiner in the pit lane. Reiner just got out of the pits. You can see him right there behind. That is Reiner in the white Ferrari, I believe. No, I lied. He's in the blue Ferrari. The white Ferrari is Tom, I believe. No, it's not Tom. Who is it? I am blind. I apologize. Let's go back. So Reiner able to take a spot. 10 seconds to Cars Keppers there in the 725 Pegassi Motorsport Lamborghini still. 5-second time penalty to the number 488 driver, Alexandre Giordano. So that if the race were to end now, bar any exceptions, the 5-second time penalty will place Alexandro Giordano. He will actually keep his place with those 5 seconds. And Cars Keppers, the Pegassi Motorsport, the 725 Pegassi Motorsports Lamborghini, 10-second time penalty. Cars is almost 10 seconds. Oh, he has a 10-second gap in front of him. Behind him is a 30-second gap. So Cars will also be keeping their spot, even with that time penalty. The race is almost over, but the battling sure is not. No, just trying to catch up to Derek there in front. Derek in the white, or it's more of like a silver and blue Audi compared to the nice deep red that we see here for Nogis. I moved away from the camera. No, just trying to make a move on the inside. Maybe eating a little bit too much of that curb. And that's going to allow Derek to get a nice, clean getaway. Maxime right on the back of the Legacy GT3, the number 66 Legacy AMG GT3 on the back bumper of the 404 modern GT3. Both cars battling for position still, seeing who wants it more, and it does look like the number 66 wants it way more and is able to go around the outside of the first turn through the Schumacher S's and takes that spot away from the 404. So moving up a little bit, we do see Derek going into the pits, electing to take his final pit stop right here and now. 21 minutes, 38 seconds left. So that is going to be moving Nogis up one spot. And we'll see how much that's going to affect Derek's race here. A stop and go 30 seconds for the number 127 BMW. That is not very good and not going to be helping them out at all. Number 127 BMW, stop go 30. I believe that is for speeding in the pits. Yes, so that is a speeding in the pits violation, I believe. And that is handed out not by the stewards, but by race control in the game. So these stewards have no control over that penalty being handed out. And I will say this, a stop go 30, if you're on the same lap as someone, a stop go 30 is basically going to kill your race. P13 is Lars. Lars has a gap of... Oh, he's coming out of the pits now. He has a 77-second gap in front of him, and behind him is Nogus. Nogus is just about to... Let me see, what? Oh, never mind. So Lars is even a lap ahead. So I'm looking at it wrong. So Nogus is a lap down. Lars, with that stop go 30, totally fine. If you're a lap down, a stop go 30 will basically almost do nothing to you. Or sorry, if the car behind you is a lap down, a stop go 30 won't hurt you that much. Looks like all the penalties were... Yes, so no more penalties out on the track. It looks like everybody has handled their penalties fair and square. I should not have come out on the microphone. I did. I'm so sorry. Some traffic happening. A blue flag there on the bottom of your screen. That means please get out of the way. There are faster cars and cars that are laps above you passing you. A little flashy from the Lamborghini there, letting the M2 know that he is trying to take that position. And a nice full clean overtake there by number 725. The 615 being handed time penalties. That I believe is the 615. That's the M2 driven by the Odyssey esports team. That is not going to look favorably upon them. That's unfortunate. The Odyssey esports dudes were fighting for pole position earlier in the race, but an unfortunate incident and traffic and basically everything that could go wrong almost went wrong for them. And that has thrown them into P3. The penalties, of course, do not help at all. It is now greasy on the track. 17 minutes, 45 seconds left in this race. Will it get to the point where all these cars are almost going to blow up the tires? I really hope so, because that would make for some amazing content to commentate on. And a 15-second time penalty being handed out to the 321. Oh, the closer that timer at the top gets to 0, the more those time penalties are going to sting like crazy. Might have been some contact between some drivers there in the podium positions. I do see some flags being thrown around. Clock is winding down here. 14 minutes, 28 seconds left. Number 127 BMW also handed a 15-second time penalty. That is brutal. That hurts. Another one. Another one. Don't worry about it, champ. Get him next time, buddy. I believe in you. That's a 10-second time penalty, yeah, for the 615 BMW. That is, oh no. That will be throwing them into P4 because the number 73 BMW M2 driven by Jeroen Jongen, that's the QRT Esports M2, is less than 10 seconds behind Clayton. So that will unfortunately throw Clayton into P4 if everything ends now, bar any other exceptions, and that will give Jeroen Jongen the P3 spot for the M2s. However, if Clayton is able to build up that gap to more than 10 seconds, would help him in the long run. We do have one of the drivers on the track here in the track. That's Nathan Smythe Adams, helping the BSR Juniors to a first overall win, especially in this race. Makes me so happy. The race isn't over yet, Nathan, so don't count your ducklings before they come out. Don't count your chickens before they hatch. However, excellent driving today by you and your team. So no matter what happens, congratulations. Y'all did exceptional. Minutes to go in the 6 hours of Nurburgring GP multi-class endurance race. The track is now fast. It is dried up. If you are on wet tires, this is going to be where you're going to start struggling a little bit because those tires are going to start overheating and overinflating. I never did ask you, Smythe Adams, what does NBD stand for in your name? Is NBD no bad days? What does that mean? Let me know in the chat. Never back down. Ah, like the movie? When? Okay. That was a decent movie. Yes, definitely. So Batista's been doing excellent today. Top 10 solo driver. My man's is putting in the work. They do deserve a lot of love. Unfortunately, I can't see who's a solo driver on my screen. I have to guess. But I believe the number 1 driver is a solo driver, and he's been in the lead this whole time. Oh, a little bit of sparks there by the P2 Bentley Continental. This is the 830, not to get confused with the number 1 Bentley Continental who's in P1. But yes, in real life, I've had to make commutes that are around 4 or 5 hours. So doing 6 hours solo, like, wow, that's insane. But what's also really insane is Maxime Roland getting a really nice run in the last couple of minutes against the Porsche of No Juice. On the inside now, the Porsche elected to push him a little bit to make sure he doesn't get a nice little entrance into this turn. However, with the inside line, it did look like the AMG did get some really good grip there, but it's going to have to go along the outside now where there is a little to no grip, especially after the rain happened, and that's where the water is going to be washing off. And we did see a little bit of the buckle there from the front end of the number 66, but the number 66 with the door wide open just runs right in there screaming, letting everyone know, hey, I am here and I am not backing down. The number 66 AMG now in the lead of the Porsche, having to give a little bit of the space. The Porsche elects to try to go to the inside, but the 913 Porsche does not have a wide enough door, and the number 66 AMG is now able to move up into P14, taking that spot away from the 913 Porsche. 6 minutes, 13 seconds left to go, and y'all are gonna make me lose my voice in the last 5 minutes. I swear. 992, 913, 152, 404, and 297 are all solo teams. So I'm gonna give you all a quick shout out while I can. The number 992 is driven by Batista. The number 913 is driven by Nojus. The number 152 is being driven by Kirito, Nurburgring, and the 404 is driven by Masij Pedrovic, and the 297. These are all solo drivers. The 297. Where is 297? I can't see him. Two-sided, and 297 is the M2. It's Rafael, who we actually see on our screen. All of you that I just called out with your numbers, as solo drivers, I have to commend you in effort and job well done. 6 hours is nothing to scoff or laugh at, scoff at. 3 hours, double stinting is nothing to scoff at. So 2 stints in a row. You guys literally did 3 or 4 stints in a row. So more power to you. Like, no matter what you placed here today, I would be very proud of myself if I were you. That is some excellent driving from everyone. I got you, Richard. No problem. We were able to figure out what the issue is, and we can fix it a lot quicker now. Three minutes, 38 seconds left in this race. We are on board with the leader, who has been the leader basically all day. Excuse me. I'm so sorry if you guys hear those. But 2 minutes and 45 seconds left in this 6-hour endurance multi-class race. Something that I do want to remind you is that there is a prize pool for the winners of the M2 and the winners of the GT3 Legacy classes. So GT3 Modern, the cars with the white backgrounds are not part of the prize pool. The prize pool is split between the M2s, or the leader of the M2 and the leader of the Legacy cars. So the leader, or the team winners, or the team leaders at the end of the race will be receiving a $50 USD prize, bar any penalties or any incoming appeals or anything like that. We usually give drivers 24 hours to send in their appeals and or protests, and we try to get those done as soon as possible. But right now it does look like the leader of the M2s will be, or the winner of the M2s will be the number 696 BMW M2, driven by Kobe McVeigh so far right now. This is the Baller Squad Racing Juniors team, not to be confused with the Baller Squad Racing team, who's in P2 for the M2s, driven by Matteo Massini. Speaking of legacy cars, Christian Buescher still in first place for the legacy car, so that is going to be securing him. He is about 40 seconds in front of Rodrigo. Rodrigo is the second or P2 driver for the legacy car, so that is going to be cementing Christian as the winner of the legacy cars if he's able to cross the finish line in 1 minute time, bar any events or catastrophic injuries or anything like that. do see a 15-second penalty handed out to the 310. Oh no, that's the leader of the legacy cars being given a 15-second time penalty. So is that going to be detrimental to his race? I don't think it will be, because it looks like the number 310 car has a great cushion of distance between himself and the P2 of the legacies, which is the number 3 AMG on the left side of our screen. I'll actually go over here to him now, Rodrigo. But we are going to be keeping an eye on their leader, because the time is winding down. We're getting very close to those big quadruple zeros and the end of our race. And we're going to be seeing Clive Bigsby, the number 1 QRT Esports Bentley Continental, cross through with P2 right behind him, the number 830 Bentley. Both the QRT drivers crossing over the Coca-Cola turf, getting a little bit of a squirrely exit there, but crossing the checkered flag and taking the win for QRT Esports is the number 1 Bentley Continental, followed right behind very closely by the number 2, who I believe is still on a lap. Reiner also finishing P4 there. Julian finishing up his lap. He is P3. He's right behind them. The winner of the So right now, Clive Bixby, our leader, did pass the finish line. So that is Clive Bixby with the win here, the QRT1 and the QRT2 for Leon Wessels, who still needs to finish their lap as well. But Julian Buscher finishing and crossing the finish line in P3. Reiner Zochling in P4. Christian Butcher coming through the final chicane with some M2 traffic. However, Christian Butcher, the number 310 Audi, is gonna be the winner for the GT3 Legacy class. That is your winner for the GT Legacy class in Christian Butcher, the 310 Audi. The winner, last but not least, the winner of the M2s, still on the track, finishing up their lap. The M2s, the 274 M2, the Baller Squad Racing teammates finished already their race in P2. Clayton Filsinger for Odyssey Esports in P3. But the number 696 BMW M2 CS for Baller Squad Racing Juniors is the winner for your M2 class and the winner of the prize pool here. Congratulations to the winners of the M2s. That's the Baller Squad Racing Juniors, and the winners of the classic or the Legacy GT3s. And that, I believe, was Christian Butcher. So Christian Butcher and Belgian Audi Club Team WRT, congratulations on the win there. We do have a couple cars still out on track. This is P2, so this is coming around the Coca-Cola curve. This is P2 and a QRT Esports 1-2 for the teammates there. And that is the end of Odyssey Racing League. 6 hours of Nurburgring GP layout. Your winner, Clive Bixby in P1, Leon Wessels in P2, and Julian Buscher in P3. For your legacy cars, Christian Butcher in P1, Rodrigo Camargo in P2, and Gabriel Ozichir in P3 for your legacy cars. In M2s, Kobe McVeigh in the Baller Squad Racing Juniors taking their first win. Matteo Massini, the teammates, the Baller Squad Racing teammates in the 274 M2, finishing it off in P2. And P3 for the M2s, the 615 Odyssey Esports M2 in P3. That is the end Oh, that is so weird why I went to that screen just really quickly like that. I apologize for that. But that is the end of our 6-hour endurance multi-class race. Thank you so much for joining us here for these 6 hours. Yeah, I'm pretty beat. I don't know about y'all, but I also had so much fun commentating for you. On behalf of Odyssey Racing League, again, thank you so much for joining us. We do have some more events coming up. Season 15 of Odyssey Racing League starts next week. So tune in here on YouTube for every single race that we will bring to you live, as well with live stewards. And we will bring you more exciting race action. My name is Christian Julian. I also go by Koju here at Odyssey Racing League. Thank you so much for joining us. Have a great rest of your day.
This ain't what you want. This ain't what you want now. This ain't what you want. Who alive can't put me in a box. I redefine any definition you got. I am the tiger, I'm making steps to the top. The flames are whipping up, you just gotta hand me the rock. Take a seat, you cannot stand it. All I know, the flow harder than a scotch bunny. Don't try studying me, you cannot manage. This ain't what you want, bitch, I'm a fucking phenomenon. This ain't what you want, bitch, I'm a fucking phenomenon.